Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's a Wednesday, November 12th, here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Ditton Day, in for Jenks today. And boy, do we have plenty to talk about, especially when it comes to college football. The latest set of college football rankings released last night. We'll talk about the teams who have a guaranteed path in if they win out, and maybe a few dark horses that could be waiting in the wings that could be interesting when it comes to the futures market. Later on in the show, we'll get to some NFL headlines. We'll get to a little sprinkle of basketball. And we have a nice little guest lined up for today. Former UCLA head coach Rick Neuheisel is going to be joining us later today at 8:20. So we've got a great show lined up. And then, so Jenks is overseas in Madrid getting ready for the Commanders game against the Dolphins. And as I was looking at the slate for, some of the segments in our show, I was thinking to myself, okay, you guys had zero faith in the Commanders against the Lions, which is fair because they got absolutely curb stomped. But what about the Dolphins? Is that a beatable team for your Commanders?
I mean, theoretically, yes. Will they win? Unlikely. Probably not.
Really?
Wouldn't put my money on it. May have already bet the other way. And this is even before we get to first impression roses in an hour. They just can't. They can't stop anybody. They can't. I mean, Dan Quinn's calling plays now, so we'll see. But it's funny. So I had a conversation yesterday. If you'll allow me to flex real quick, I had a conversation yesterday with Von Miller, and Von Miller has been very, very upfront with saying that it is not the coaches, which leads me to believe it's the players, and they just don't have very good players. There are going to be people in Spain, Chelsea, that think that Tua Tagovailoa is the greatest quarterback that has ever played, because they're going to be watching their first ever football game, and he is going to be slicing and dicing up this defense.
Okay, so would you just take the over then if you think there's going to be a lot of points? Because here's my thing. I will say this goes in the Commanders' favor. I always say this about overseas games. It feels like if there's ever a time for chaos, it's when you go overseas. So sometimes I feel like it levels the playing field with all the factors kind of askew from the normal routine week. Do you think that gives the Commanders more of a chance, or do you just look at this total and say 47.5? Commanders are giving up a lot of points.
They are giving up a lot of points, 4 games in a row of 21-plus or more defeats, which is the first time that's happened in 20-plus years in the NFL. Sick. Love that. I would, honestly, whatever the Dolphins team total is, I don't know that that's available yet, but once that becomes available, I would hammer that. I've already hammered the 2. I got it at 2, not 2.5. It's moved a half point. But I already laid the 2 with the Dolphins. I'm just the rest of the year with Washington. If they're going to hurt me on Sundays, at the very least, they're going to line my pockets. So I'm taking whoever they're playing their team total over for the rest of the year.
It feels like a good strategy, especially for some of these bad defenses. It's wild to me how high some of these totals have been. Like last week, we had like 3 teams in the afternoon window score more than 40 points. Yeah. So I don't know what's going on this year. But, like, this has been a trend in betting on the NFL is that overs have been king, which means the public has been cleaning up because you know who loves betting on overs? The public. They don't want to bet on unders. And, with the exception of, primetime games, that Eagles and Packers game, we've seen a ton of points this year. So maybe that trend continues, especially for the Commanders and especially overseas. Now that Mike McDaniel has been talking trash, please tell me you saw this video. Like, I don't know how much of it's true, but I want it to be true.
He's back. He's back in his little swagger now. You're seeing the step a little bit. You're like, all right. They fired somebody and it wasn't him, and he's like, I guess I gotta lock in for the rest of the year. They're not gonna let me go, so I might as well have fun in the process.
That video of him in the car where he just looks tiny. And I think his appearance goes into it as well, because he looks like he would be like the IT guy at a corporation. What's he doing? Talking trash to Bills fans, but you kind of love it. And that's what people kind of fell in love with, his personality in the first place, because he was kind of a weird cat. All right, let's get to our bets from last night. So I was in the association, laid the 9 with the Knicks at home over the Grizzlies. Knicks have been an absolute wagon when it comes to their offense, and when it's been covering the number. They covered last night. I believe they won by 12 over the lowly Grizzlies, who are now 1-8 against the number in their last 9 games. Not great for Memphis. As for PJ, had UK plus 4.5 against Louisville. They lost by 8. That was an extremely high-scoring game. Louisville won that one 96-88. So if you had the over, that was a winner as well. So for the week, 2-0 for me. And Kate's 1-0, PJ 0-1. Denton, what are you, 3-1 career on the daily tip?
Mentally, I'm 3-0 still. Might have taken an L last week, but mentally, I'm still unbeaten.
You're the Mike McDaniel of the show. You're sticking your head out the window and talking trash to all of us. All right, so we know you love college football. For the people who do not know, Denton hosts a college football show on Sirius XM. So, a big day for you and a big morning to talk about college football. Last night, the latest set of college football playoff rankings released, and here are the playoff seeds if the playoffs started today. Ohio State at 1, Indiana 2, Texas A&M 3, Alabama, Georgia, Texas Tech, Ole Miss at 7, Oregon, Notre Dame at 9, Texas at 10, Miami at 11, and 12.
Yeah, they would be 11th if the college football playoffs started today, because they would be the winner of the ACC.
Okay, yeah, I read that wrong. That is my bad. So these are not the actual rankings. These are, if some of the conference champions still held true. So a lot of those are still the same. And I think my biggest takeaway from this is that most of the teams in the top 10, I think maybe even the top 12, still control their own destiny. So if you're one of these teams, you can just put the blinders on and say, hey, as long as we win out, we will be in. And some of these teams can lose, especially if you look at the top 3 teams because of the conference championships. Ohio State, if they continue to win out during the regular season, which they do have a big game lurking against Michigan, and that's an interesting one. If Michigan can somehow pull off a win over Ohio State, it feels like they're probably into the college football playoff. But my point being is that 2 of these teams in, I guess it would be the top 4 or 5, somebody's going to lose in a conference championship game. I don't know how much the committee is going to punish losses in conference championship games, because we've already seen the fact that the committee doesn't really punish you for these top tier losses. And especially when it comes to some of these teams that do not play in college, in conference championship games. So I don't know how much that'll matter. But again, a lot of these teams are going to be in the driver's seat. Some of them have more tough schedules than others, but still it has to be a good feeling. Say, hey, we don't need to worry about the chaos around us. We simply go out there and win.
So the top 4 teams, if they win this weekend, guaranteed in. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
You're not gonna fall. They're SEC and Big Ten teams, and the committee is not going to punish anybody for losing the SEC or Big Ten championship. If you lose the ACC championship, you're in trouble. You lose the Big 12 championship, you're in trouble. They would have tried to get, I know they got 2 ACC teams in last year with SMU and Clemson, but they would have tried to get somebody like a South Carolina or an Ole Miss in there if those 2 teams didn't have 3 losses. They just couldn't justify the 3-loss SEC team over the ACC team that lost in the ACC championship. What I found to be fascinating in this, Chelsea, is that Texas Tech jumped Ole Miss. And it seems so rare in the college football playoff era that they ever value a Big 12 team over an SEC team. I don't disagree with Texas Tech jumping Ole Miss. I thought they looked awesome this weekend against BYU. I mean, it wasn't even a contest from the jump. They beat the mess out of BYU, and they could have beaten them by a lot more. So the fact that they jumped them, I do think that's the committee telling us they really, really trust and love what the Red Raiders are doing, but it also leads to some question marks with how they feel about Ole Miss. I still feel pretty comfortable that Ole Miss is going to get into the playoff, but I also kind of feel like maybe the committee doesn't love the Citadel matchup in November. They're like, hey, do you maybe want to play good teams? Some of these other things, though, like I do think, and this is going to be crazy, so Miami right now is technically the 11th seed because people are just penciling them in. They're the highest ranked right now ACC team. They're not guaranteed to get into the ACC championship game. In fact, they are kind of not in the driver's seat at all to get into the ACC championship game, which is going to make that really, really weird and complex down the stretch of the season. In a perfect world, Georgia Tech just wins out. They get to the ACC championship game. They win the ACC championship, and then that is your one bid. But I do think there's a real possibility, and walk with me here, because this is crazy. If Miami loses another game, so they'd be a 3-loss team, and then whoever wins the ACC championship game isn't highly ranked, there's a real possibility that there's 2 group of 5 champions in. Like, it's just the 5 highest conference champions, right? We haven't done the auto bids for the Power 4 yet. So if right now USF is 24th, if they win the American and they just decide, the committee, that they like USF better than whoever ultimately ends up winning the ACC, and then the potential of James Madison, who could run the table, be a 1-loss Sun Belt champion, and they're going to kind of start to get closer and closer to the bottom of these rankings as the weeks progress. There's a very real possibility of, let's just say, the ACC champion ends up being like a 3-loss ACC champ, that the committee is going to value a team like a JMU or a UCF, or maybe both of them, over the ACC, which would be really crazy territory to be in.
I think it depends on which ACC team it is. Because I will say there are a couple ACC teams that still have pretty tough schedules down the stretch and could really prove some things. Like, I think a lot of people think of Georgia Tech, and that certainly is one, where they play number 23 Pitt on November 22nd. And then, of course, don't they always play Georgia? Why is this not popping up on the schedule?
Yeah, they played Georgia at the
last
end of the
game
year.
of the season.
Yeah.
Right. So that would be a huge win, or a huge, if maybe they can keep it close with Georgia. So, like, they can still prove some things. And I think a lot of people, just based on the eye test, like Georgia Tech the most coming out of the ACC. That is all to be said. Like, if Georgia Tech wins the ACC, it doesn't really matter. But, like, the same goes for Pitt. That's the other team I was going to say, is that huge matchup against number 9 Notre Dame at Pitt this weekend. Then they play Georgia Tech. So those are 2 big games where Pitt could possibly kind of enter the chat as maybe one of the better teams in the ACC with some, like, solid ranked wins. Because I think that's the thing about the ACC is you look at some of these resumes of these teams that only have 1 loss. You're like, okay, but, like, what's their signature win? So, like, those are 2 good teams from the ACC that can really prove something.
And then on top of that, Pitt finishes with Miami. So what, you want to talk about a gauntlet that Pitt is going to run these final 3 weeks. I mean, it sets up beautifully for you to get to the college football playoff, because if they win out, honestly, they're getting an at-large bid, because that'd be a top 10 win. And then 2 top 20 wins, assuming that both Georgia Tech and Miami are still within the top 20 when those games are played. That would be good enough, I would think, for an at-large bid, because you're not going to find many other teams. So in your neck of the woods right now, Vanderbilt they're still on the outside looking in, but they're within range, right, at 14. There is still an avenue of some stuff ahead of them. Kind of some teams fall, and then they beat Tennessee at the end. There's still an avenue for them to get in. But right now, they don't have a great win on their schedule. They played really close in some tough games, and LSU was a good win, but we now know what LSU is. It'd be very, if Vanderbilt is a 2-loss team and they beat Tennessee, and then Pitt is a 2-loss team, but they beat Notre Dame and Georgia Tech in Miami, I would have to lean in the direction and say Pitt has a better resume, which is very new to say for the committee to be like, we're going to ride with the ACC team over the SEC team.
Well, I still think that wouldn't Vanderbilt have to leapfrog, like, Texas and Oklahoma? And that's going to be real tough, since Texas looked way better than Vandy in a head-to-head win. So It's one of those things where Vandy's kind of up a creek without a paddle, unless, Texas and Oklahoma just kind of pee down their leg for the rest of the season, which, we've seen Texas at junctures of this season, and it could possibly happen. But it just feels like it is just going to be real tough for Vanderbilt. The one other thing I wanted to mention is that I think there could be a pathway for Texas Tech to get one of the top 4 seeds. Like, doesn't it feel like it could be possible? Just because we have seen that the committee really loves Texas Tech, what they've done with their defensive line. And like I mentioned earlier, some of these teams at the very top, if they play in a conference championship game, are going to have another loss. So, like, it feels wild to think, but, like, Texas Tech, there is a real pathway for them to be a top 4 team.
Absolutely. And on top of that, you can very easily point to the loss. So if they're a one-loss Big 12 champ, you can point to that one loss and say, we didn't have our starting quarterback. So we deserve to be over either, Alabama or A&M, whoever loses in that SEC championship game, because we played in our conference championship, won it, and then the one loss was something easily that you can wipe clean.
Right, and the metrics absolutely love Texas Tech as well, and so does the committee. All right, NFL headlines come your way after the break here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Wednesday. Coming up in a few minutes, we will get to all of the headlines in the NFL this week. And Den Day, and for Jenks today, Den, I think I have finally landed on the fact that I need to do something about not having ESPN. So I have skated around this in multiple ways so far that if you place a small live bet on certain sports books, you can watch the NFL, Monday Night Football. So I've been doing that on Mondays, but it still does not escape the fact that I can't watch college basketball and I can't watch college football, which on Saturdays I'm normally out and about anyway. We'll go to like Jonathan's, which is this restaurant in Hendersonville, and we'll watch like the big game. But I think I am starting to lose ground. Like, I've got to do something because YouTube TV and ESPN still have not settled their differences. I thought that they would come to something by now, and all we have is a $20 credit from YouTube TV. So I've been searching the internet, and so like my brother told me that, hey, you use the 7-day free trial from Fubo, and maybe after a week we will have some sort of, resolvement from YouTube TV and ESPN. Or I found this according to Google. If you go to Best Buy and you buy like one of these specific products, you get a free 30-day trial of Fubo, which includes ESPN. So I'm looking at these products and it's not like huge TVs. Like one of them's like an indoor antenna for like $25, which I might do for my mom anyway. So I don't have to pay for cable, because I don't know if you kids know what antennas are, but it's so you can pick up the local channels without paying for a provider. So, Den, I think, didn't you have YouTube TV as well? What did you end up doing?
So I am a participant in YouTube TV. I would not call myself a subscriber because I mooch off of my brother, but I did text him when all this was going. I texted him and I was like, so what you better do? How are you going to handle this? Because you are the one getting screwed, but it is also impacting me in my job. So, like, what is your plan here? And then how can I assist you in the plan? So what I've been doing is I've been doing a 1-day pass on Sling. It's $5, and I do that for college football. But on Monday Night Football, I'm screwed. Like, I'm not paying $5 to watch Monday Night Football. I'm not going to do it. And then on top of that, I'm glad you mentioned this because I don't know that I've heard a lot of people talk about this. College basketball is getting absolutely robbed, like just completely destroyed by this whole process, because especially now, like if you're a gambler, I'm so proud of PJ for gambling on college basketball last night. He's like, he loves college basketball. So I'm proud of him for doing that. Most of us aren't gambling on college basketball at this point, right? There's just so many other things going on. There's so much other bandwidth that is being taken up in our brains to where you're not going to be super locked into college basketball. On top of that, it has always felt like to me prior to like the month of late January to February around, when football season ends, you put college basketball on as kind of like background noise if it's really convenient, where you're doing something around the house, you just want to have some sort of sports on the television. You'll get wrapped up into it for, if the second half is getting crazy or whatever. It's very rarely, though, it feels like something that most people are going to seek out, unless they really love their specific team. But if your team isn't playing on a Tuesday, you're not seeking it out on a Tuesday. You're not seeking it out on a Wednesday. So I'm damn near not going to go pay for it on a Tuesday or on a Wednesday. I just want it conveniently in front of me so I can, have something on while I'm doing other things. And I feel like they're getting just completely destroyed. And they feel like college basketball has gotten ricked by the transfer portal anyway. Like they are the low end of the stick because people just don't care that much about it. Why am I going to follow these guys around for 2 years when they're going to be gone? I feel like they're getting absolutely screwed in this. But yeah, I got to figure this out because, Sling TV is not my favorite. I did not realize YouTube TV had a monopoly on the quad box. Like, how is that? How does everybody else not have one of those things? Is there a patent that I don't know about?
I think that's what sucks, and that's why so many people that are sports fans have YouTube TV. So it's like, okay, this is the cross-section of sports fans who really like watching all of their sports, and now you take ESPN away from these people? So, like, it just feels like a double dagger. But I think I kind of disagree with you on college basketball because when I watch college hoops, it's honestly not gambling focused, which is weird to say because I understand I host a gambling show. But especially in college basketball, where you get these big time matchups very early in the season. Like last night, I wanted to watch Kentucky and Louisville. That's a great in-state rivalry, a great matchup between two top 25 teams, and I couldn't. And I feel like especially during the week when there is nothing else on, I know we're going to do streaming corner, and maybe this takes away from some steam from that, but I would much rather watch a live, good basketball matchup that even if I don't have like a bet on it during the week, than like reruns of Everybody Loves Raymond. Like, I'm not really a show person. So
Right.
during the week, something to fill my sports need is college basketball. And we have some great matchups, and I can't watch them.
Isn't that the biggest kick to the groin? Because they're finally doing that. They're finally taking away. I mean, we get like Houston and I guess Oakland tonight, or Tennessee and UNF, University of North Florida. But like they've done a really good job of finally giving us matchups during the beginning portion of the season that actually make you want to watch. And then they pull the rug out from under you and say, you can't watch it anymore unless you pay an extra $30. And I don't have any bit of time or sympathy for these reports about how Disney is losing $5 million a day. Get over it, losers. If you don't want to lose that money, sign the deal so we don't have to pay $30. I don't care about mega corporations losing $5 million when I had to potentially lose $30, right? My $30 is way more important than their $5 million, to me at least. So they need to get this situated, man. It's getting really, really obnoxious. I thought we got teased on Saturday, too, with all those reports. No, they're at the table. They're negotiating, and I was like, yes. They're going to get it just in time for Alabama LSU. Here we go. College football, saving the day. And then they blow right through that, and they blow right through another Monday Night Football game.
So if you're ESPN, because I keep coming back to like ESPN just feels like they have mismanaged a lot of things over the last few years. If you're ESPN, do you treat this like a sports team? You're like, listen, we got to trade away all of our top players, and we start from the ground up, and we got to start saving money and planning for the future. Like, do you ship away Stephen A. Smith to like Fox News or whatever and be like, hey, you can have him. Please eat some of this contract. Like, what do you do to save ESPN at this point?
You just have to sign the deal. So in my mind, I have a business minor that I might have used a lot of Quizlet to get in college, but I still have a business minor. So in my mind, if you are willing to lose $5 million for what is now 2 weeks, so that's just like quick math there, right? Whatever 5 plus 14 is, that's a lot of millions of dollars, right? If you're willing to lose that over the course of 2 weeks, then odds are when you're at the table, whatever deal you're going to sign is going to greatly benefit you to the fact where that $5 million over 2 weeks is not going to feel that bad. It leads me to believe that ESPN is coming in with some astronomical price to these negotiations if they're just sitting on their hands and saying, we will take our programming away from 10 million subscribers to YouTube TV. Now, I'm sure that's balanced out a little bit, but you're not going to get all 10 million people to jump to your streaming platform. They're doing something in those negotiation rooms that business-wise might be good for the Mickey Mouse ears, but they are not good for Denton Day or Chelsea Messenger or anybody else that has YouTube TV.
Right, any sports fans. Like, that's what it feels like. It really hurts because ESPN is supposed to be, at its very heart, for sports fans. And now you are alienating your very fan base. And it feels like we've done nothing wrong. Again, it feels like we're stuck in the middle of divorce that we didn't cause. We are just children sitting here, on the bench in the courtroom saying, I don't know which parent to pick. I am 8 years old. Please don't make me choose. So this is on both of you guys. But I do feel like it's more on ESPN than it is on YouTube TV because YouTube TV's had some disputes with other carriers as well. But they have resolved all of those. So it does feel like ESPN's being the greedy party in this discussion. All right, so other headlines in the NFL. So we know Giants have fired their head coach in Brian Daboll, and now the chatter is all about who is going to be the next head man in charge. So if you look at the offshore odds, which are not at BetMGM, Mike McCarthy is your favorite at 7-1. Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak 8-1. Steve Spagnuolo over at Kansas City, the defensive coordinator there. List goes on and on. Bill Belichick is 16-1. Can we stop here? Because I feel like I've seen a lot of headlines about this, and it's like, what about Bill Belichick coaching at UNC makes you think that this is the best iteration of him? And even if you say, okay, well, he was a great NFL coach, he didn't look great towards the end of his tenure with the Patriots. There is a reason he got fired. So I know he is a big name, and I know that there are a lot of interesting tangents along with that discussion with Jordan Hudson and, Bill Belichick's legacy. But, is it a real possibility that Bill Belichick is actually the next head coach of the New York Giants?
I would personally love it as a fan of the team that shares a division with the Giants and that has to play the Giants twice a year. The final years of Bill Belichick showed us a lot of different things. We didn't know at the time, but it showed us the blossoming of his lovely relationship that we now can't get enough of with one Jordan Hudson. But it also showed us that he's not the greatest in the world at developing quarterbacks, which in fairness, I wouldn't think that because he's a defensive-minded head coach. But if you remember, Mac Jones had a pretty decent rookie season. He's now a perennial backup quarterback because Bill Belichick wanted to bring Matt Patricia, also a defensive coach, in to be the offensive coordinator. To for whatever reason, to think that was going to work with Mac Jones. So if I'm New York, and I have a guy that I'm going to put the next couple of years on, right, in Jackson Dart. I don't know that he's the full long-term answer, but I think he's shown more than enough this year to say, we got something going on here. We'd like to really try and maximize the most out of what Jackson Dart is. He's done some really good things, clean up some things here, right? I would not bring in Bill Belichick. Not with the Jordan Hudson firestorm that comes with it and all of the drama, but also because he has not shown the ability to develop at the most important position, even at UNC. They don't have a quarterback. That's been their biggest issue. The rest of the roster, while it's not a college football playoff roster by any stretch of the imagination, it's not a bad roster. They're just not very good at quarterback. So when you take Tom Brady out of the equation, there's a long line now of quarterbacks that Bill Belichick hasn't been able to maximize. So if I have this asset in Jackson Dart that I think is really good, I would not turn to Bill Belichick and say, I want you to help him take the next step. Now, defensively, they're really good, and that he would do wonders with that defense. Lord have mercy. But that quarterback is going to be the most important asset that they have here. He is not the guy that I want having his fingerprints on my quarterback.
Well, and plus, if you have any type of sideshow like Bill Belichick has with Jordan Hudson, do you think that's going to get better when you go to New York City? No. It's going to blow up. It's going to be a huge story, and it already is. So it just feels like one of those things where it does not feel like it would work. But let me ask you this, since you're a Commanders guy. So I asked Jenks this initially because, the Commanders were kind of in this position where they needed to develop a young quarterback, but they brought in a defensive-minded head coach in Dan Quinn. Seemed to work out the first year, though, because they had an offensive coordinator in Cliff Kingsbury that's known for working with young quarterbacks, especially the ones right out of college, and developing a game plan that really accentuates their strengths. So Cliff Kingsbury's on this list. I know that he does not have the best track record as a head coach, but do you bite the bullet and say, hey, we know what he can, promise to our young quarterback. It could be a good marriage there. Maybe the other stuff gets better. Do you think he's a viable candidate here?
I would call him for sure. Seeing what he did with Jaden, seeing what he did at USC with Caleb Williams, seeing what he did in Arizona with Kyler Murray. There were a lot of things that went wrong in Arizona that were not exclusively on the shoulders of Cliff Kingsbury. He just, for a lot of it, happens to be the fall guy. When you're a head coach, that's the unfortunate reality. If things start to go sideways, you end up falling on the sword. But I do look at the Giants roster, and that defense is crazy. They got a bunch of dogs that can rush the passer. So you take that and say, all right, we're good there. It really is just about getting talent around Jackson Dart at the wide receiver position. You need more than just Malik Neighbors, as we've seen, but then getting Jackson Dart to the next level. Cliff did wonders with Jane Daniels in his rookie season, so I imagine it would be something similar with Jackson Dart in his second season. I'd be calling every single offensive mind if I was the New York Giants right now, engaging their interest. I don't know if Cliff wants to coach again. He's been kind of open about that, about the way that Arizona ended kind of left a bad taste in his mouth, so he doesn't know if he wants to. I mean, he literally ran away to Thailand. He doesn't know if he wants to coach again, but I'd call every single offensive mind if I was the New York Giants, including Lane.
Right, and you never know like what the answer is going to be now because, number one, money changes a lot of things, and number two, maybe Cliff Kingsbury's in a different headspace now. And it's not like it is a Giants team, like you mentioned, that is completely devoid of talent. There are some really exciting pieces. So somebody's going to win that job. All right, coming up next, we get to the streaming quarter, what we're watching since we can't watch ESPN right now. It's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
We're back for more on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Denton Day filling in for Jenks while he is overseas covering the Commanders. He'll be back next week. But I laughed at this next headline because anything when it involves Aaron Rodgers, like, is sure to, like, draw an eye roll for most people. But, like, this one, I'm not really sure what's going on, but it feels extremely comical to me. So the headline is, Aaron Rodgers' quote, phantom wife is still a mystery to family and Steelers wags 5 months after he said he was married. So here's the thing. So Aaron Rodgers has said he is very guarded about his personal life, which I understand. He had some really high-profile relationships with celebrities, with Shailene Woodley, with Danica Patrick, with, I think, Olivia Munn. So, like, the list goes on. And listen, I get it. When you break up, it's not fun to probably talk about it with the media, and especially if you were trying to focus on football. But not a single person has seen his quote-unquote wife. Nobody in the Steelers organization, not his family, which I understand he's not close with his family. But the New York Post apparently has been talking to, like, the other wags for the Steelers. And they're like, we want to talk to her. We want to invite her to things. But we've never seen her. So it's wild to me that she has not been seen once. She's basically Bigfoot of Pittsburgh. And nobody's seen her, not even at a grocery store. So I don't know if she, quote, lives in Canada or goes to another school. But let me ask you this, Denton. Do you think Aaron Rodgers' wife actually exists?
I do think she exists. I think there's a lot of people that are in on the ruse. And I think there's a lot of people in that organization that have seen her and that are lying about it because Aaron Rodgers is asking them to lie about it. I think they're being really upfront, saying, hey, we don't want any of the attention. I think mystery wife X, because I don't know what to call her. Jane Doe, I guess, is probably
Brittany.
the correct term.
Her name has been released.
What's her
Brittany.
name? Brittany. Is he married to Britney Spears? Wait, hold on.
No, it's spelled differently.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was gonna get me into the conspiracy theory of is Britney Spears still alive, or do we know what's going on there? Because that would be, I mean, how hilarious would that be if Aaron Rodgers was wrapped into the is Britney Spears alive conspiracy because he married a Britney Spears that might not actually be alive? That would be way worse than anything Manti Te'o did. But alas, that's not. So that conspiracy theory out the window. I think everyone's in on this. Because surely someone has to have seen her. Either that or she, like, lives legitimately out of the country and they hang out during the summer to do, like, ayahuasca together. There's no other way.
Right. Like, that's the thing. Like, if they weren't married, I would say, okay, like, he has some, like, out-of-town girlfriend, but, like, they're married. And listen, from a female perspective, if I'm her, I don't know if I appreciate this. Like, it's one thing if it's her idea to be kept secret, but, like, imagine being married to somebody and you're like, hey, so, yeah, I have a game on Sunday. You're going to be on the couch. You mean I can't go watch? No. This is very private. I have told nobody about you, so you're going to have to stay here. Oh, and we do have a team dinner afterwards, so I'm going to go to that as well, but I'll be back later. Like, don't you think this might hurt
I got
Tupperware a
Tupperware.
little bit?
Here's some leftovers from the team dinner.
Like, obviously, I don't know her personally, but, like, do you get what I'm saying? Is that, like, it's not fun to be kept a secret, especially if you're a wife.
If you're a wife, right. And, you know, if you just do, like, a simple cost-benefit analysis, right, which I don't think you should subject every relationship to this, but if you just line it up, there are some really nice luxuries of being married to Aaron Rodgers. He's very, very wealthy. He has a lot of resources. I don't know what he's like personally. I've heard some things. You've heard some things. Not a lot are good, but I have heard some good. So, like, I can't judge the man personally, but I feel like if I were to marry Aaron Rodgers, I would at least want a little bit of, like, the fun stuff, you know? Like, I want just a little bit more than the guy who is maybe not the nicest in the world. I want some of the fun stuff, and I want to dress up nice every now and then. I want to, I don't know, make friends. What a ravishing concept that might be. I want to not feel like I'm, you know, maybe she doesn't feel like she's, like, locked up or anything like that, but I would want to live a little bit and not have this, like, weird fear. I do feel like Aaron Rodgers is hyping the thing up a little bit too much. Like, once we find out who Aaron Rodgers' wife is, okay, cool. Like, what are we going to do about it? Like, Travis Kelce's dating Taylor Swift. We're way more infatuated with that relationship than Aaron Rodgers and whoever his wife is. Justin Herbert's dating Madison Beer. That's way more interesting than Aaron Rodgers and his wife. If he just, like, bit the bullet and said, hey, here's my wife, here she is, it'd be a story for, like, 4 days, and then Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift would drop new music. Or Taylor Swift would drop another release of the album that she's already released, because she seems to do that a lot. Another thing would come over, so I don't know why he's hiding this like this. It's kind of odd.
It also does not feel great for a marriage. Like, you're married, and I feel like maybe you can speak to this, is that as somebody who's been married for like 11 years, I think it's good and healthy to be a part of each other's lives. Like, to know what's going on. Like, when Jake was playing baseball, like, I felt like the best our relationship was when, you know, I was not working and I was following him around. And so every single night I would hang out with him and his friends, and I knew what was going on. Like, I knew the guys in the clubhouse. I knew their wives. I knew their families, and it felt like our lives were very intertwined. So, like, she's just at home hearing hearsay about these people. And, like, listen, maybe she's not. Maybe she is going out with them. And maybe Aaron Rodgers is just paying off everybody to not take pictures, to not do things. It's just, I don't know. At some point, somebody's going to get a picture because too many people have camera phones.
Right. And now you're making it a story by people, like, searching for her. Like, I love my wife. Mm-hmm. I have two different Instagram accounts, which is very new, just so I can, like, have personal stuff on one and then work-related stuff on the other, and I don't need trolls coming for the wife. But she's not, it's not like I'm hiding her. Like, we spent literally the entire day just out and about yesterday. It was wonderful. We got some coffee that was very good. We got some bagels that was very good. We got some Chipotle. It was very good. We went to Old Navy. It was like a white girl's dream all in one day, and I was proud to take part in it. But, like, there's no hiding of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm wearing the ring proudly. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, I guess, is too. But, and I don't know. I don't get why you would invest in somebody and then hide them.
But here's the other thing. Like, I don't pretend to understand the logic that goes on in Aaron Rodgers' brain. And here's the other thing. Like, who knows about this girl? She might be even crazier than he is. So, like, maybe they just have different ideals when it comes to the world, because wasn't he involved with, like, some girl in, like, Brazil that was, like, super...
She was a
like,
witch.
I don't know the word for it. Crunchy? Yes, witch.
Yeah,
that's
she
a
was a
better
witch.
word. She called herself a witch.
Yeah, like that was a self-proclaimed, I am involved in these sorts of activities kind of a thing. And immediately we're like, that checks out. Yep.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
All right. So I teased it, so we better get to it. All right. What are we watching this week?
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
All right. I know the sounder said Jenks and Chelsea, but it's Denton and Chelsea today because Jenks is out. So Denton, let me start by asking you, what have you been watching lately?
Well, it's funny that you bring up my wife, because did I use this segment to force us to watch a movie last night? Yes, I did, especially because we don't have ESPN. So I finally watched The Thunderbolts, which is a great Marvel movie that I have been dying to watch, but then I gave up on Disney Plus because, you know, money is tight and things of that nature. And then my wife was like, I have Disney Plus. And I was like, well, that would have been nice to know a couple of months ago. So I finally watched Thunderbolts. It was very good. It was fun. It was like a fun Marvel movie. The ending was kind of, I looked at it a little sideways. I don't know if you want spoilers on the ending, but they basically won with like a group hug. And I was like, I could have seen maybe a little bit more than that. Yeah, maybe some more like some action in there. But I thought it was fun. It advanced the plot. And Florence Pugh is one of my favorite, I guess, new actresses. It feels like she's been around for forever. But she's really good. And she was the main character in this one. So I enjoyed it. And now I get to, watch Fantastic Four finally, because this sets up to Fantastic Four. I haven't seen Fantastic Four, so now I get to watch Fantastic Four.
This is the problem with superhero movies. It feels like if you haven't seen, like, a lot of them, you're too far behind. It's like when people tell me, they're like, Chelsea, you need to watch Star Wars. There's, like, so many movies. And it's like, well, you have to watch this one first. Then it goes to this one. Like, I have things to do. Like, the holiday season's right around the corner, and, it's mom season. We're going to have to get ready for Thanksgiving and all these things. to where it's like, okay, Thunderbolts, let's see what it's about. The second you said Marvel, I was like, all right, I'm out. I mean, somebody must be watching these movies because I will say this is the most like dependable genre of new movies coming out. I don't know where these superheroes are coming from. Or there's just like an endless supply of like comic books. They're like, okay,
Yes.
well, we have a prequel to the prequel. It never stops.
It never stops. Your mind would melt when I tell you the amount of comic book characters that exist, the amount of comic books that exist. They could do this forever. But I have told myself, so there's another like big Avengers movie. There's another 2 big Avengers movies coming out. After that, I'm done. Like it's too much to keep up with now, and you get too weird. And then you have movies where like you end it with a group hug, and that's supposed to be like this thrill of victory. And I'm like, I can't. I liked the lead up to the movie. I thought a lot of the movie was good. The ending did. I was just like, why did I? This is 2 hours for a hug. I didn't need that. So after Secret Wars, there's Avengers Doomsday, Avengers Secret Wars. After the final one, I'm good. I'm sticking to Batman from that point on.
Even though I will say, like, if you're an actor, doesn't this feel like the dream? Like to
it pays
get a
so
role
well.
in one of these superhero movies because it pays really well. Like it's a box office smash, and then you're like guaranteed to be in the universe. Where it's like, okay, we're doing a new movie, and it's 3 of these guys with 3 of these guys. Because that's where I get confused. It's like, okay, so it's like Superman with the Hulk, and it's like all these people that like I didn't know were in the same universe. Like maybe I got that wrong, but do you get what I'm saying? Is it?
I do.
The super team. What's the one where the Avengers? Is that when they all come together?
That's the Avengers, but Superman is not in the Avengers. He's in the Justice League. He's a completely separate thing. But it's going to be even more confusing for you because guess who's back as one of the main villains in the new Avengers movie? It's Robert Downey Jr. Break glass in case of emergency. The movies weren't doing well. They called back Robert Downey Jr., and he's going to play Dr. Doom.
Isn't he Iron Man?
Yep.
Was Iron Man a villain?
Nope.
I'm so confused. All right, I got to do some Googling during the break. Hour 2's next with the Daily Tip, but we'll be back for more.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Right now on BetMGM Network, I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, and for Jenks. And in mere moments here on the show, we'll take our first look at the NFL slate for the week and see which early bets we're making as we hand out our first impression roses. Later on in this hour, we will get to the NBA slate. I know some of us still feel like we're on wobbly legs and need training wheels betting on the association, but we will give our best looks. Then I found one of my favorite drinks at the supermarket yesterday, which is Canada Dry Fruit Splash Cherry Ginger Ale.
Oh, wow.
And as somebody who does not drink a lot of alcohol, like I like having something other than water that's also a diet drink. So let me ask you, what is your favorite non-water beverage that is non-alcoholic?
I will assume we're taking coffee out of that as well, because you would
Yes.
be drinking a lot of coffee. I am like you. I'm a big fan of ginger ale, but I'm like weird. So in the early stages of the pandemic, I was working at Sirius. Right? This is way back. This is way back. I was working at Sirius, and at the time, Sirius had this massive fridge of sodas that was free for everyone. Now they make you pay for it, but at the time, it was free for everybody. And because there were very limited amounts of people that were going in, you got like full dibs on the soda, right? Like there was maybe 15 people in total going into the studio, and they had, I've never seen them since, but they had what you had, Canada Dry, but it was green tea ginger ale. And I'm not like the biggest green tea, just by itself kind of a deal, but the cold green tea with the ginger ale was fantastic. And I've never been able to find them since. They took them away after 3 months because I may or may not have allegedly at one time took 4 away, and the security guard did not like that very much. He's like, hey, we saw you on camera smuggle 4. And I was like, hey, I need this. I'm the only one that comes in on a regular basis. So they took them all away, and now they make you pay for them. But I've never seen the green tea ginger ale since then. I need to do some detective stuff and find them.
It's hiding with Aaron Rodgers' wife. Nobody knows where it is. I've never heard of that. Like, it sounds good because I think what I'm stuck on is that for the longest time, it was very hard to find like any type of sodas that were diet and weren't like Diet Coke or like Diet Dr. Pepper. Like, I don't really like the dark stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I like Sprite. I like, flavored water. So it's just hard to find drinks that are diet that are also like not that thing. But like I drank Diet Coke for a long time for the very same reason as you, is that you would go to these college football games. Like I covered Auburn and Georgia and Alabama, and they would always have Diet Coke. Or at the SEC championship, they would have Diet Dr. Pepper because the SEC championship was always Dr. Pepper products. So like I didn't even like it, but I was like, all right, it's free. I'll start drinking it. And then I got hooked on Diet Coke for a while, and that was not healthy. Luckily, we are off that train now.
This is a question that maybe should have been used yesterday for Take Tuesday. Is Dr. Pepper overrated? I feel like it's overrated.
I don't feel strongly about it. Like, I was only drinking it because it's free. But, like, what is the competitor? Like, it does feel like it is a standalone, like, it has a monopoly on that flavor, right? Like, nobody's arguing, like, hey, Dr. Peb and Mr. Perky, or Dr. Pibb and
Mr.
Dr.
Pibb.
Pepper. Yeah, Mr. Pibb. He's not a doctor yet.
He's not a doctor. He's working. He's still in school. So I got Dr. Pepper ruined for me because when I was in high school, I went to Sheetz, love Sheetz, but Sheetz had this Dr. Pepper barbecue sauce, and it, for 2 bites, was good, but I got it on wings, so you get like 8-10 10, whatever. I was probably like 12 wings. I was feeling myself. I had 12 wings. It was awful. Like after the third wing, you're like, this sucks. This is not fun at all. And I literally haven't been able to drink Dr. Pepper since.
That sucks. Like, especially because it's like a sauce. I think I'm that way a little bit with Dr. Pepper because when I was in college, we had 5 people that lived in our house, and we would split a handle of Captain Morgan, and we would drink it with Diet Dr. Pepper. So like for a while after college, I could not drink Dr. Pepper without feeling like, hey, where's the alcohol in this? Like, you know, when you have a drink like that, where I'm almost like that with like cranberry juice, where you're so used to drinking it with vodka. Because like, how many people are drinking cranberry juice that you're like, this kind of tastes weird if it doesn't have alcohol in it? You drink cranberry juice?
I do drink cranberry. I don't have them today, but usually when I'm eating during the show at 8:15, I'm eating dried cranberries. I love cranberries. Yeah.
It's not like because I've only heard it's good for like UTIs.
I'm clear if that's the case. Like your boy is healthy down there if that's what it's used for. I use it for its very high levels of vitamin C.
Yeah, we'll go with that. I guess that's the less gross version of like, you know, it's preventing UTIs, but I had heard that about cranberry juice. All right, so as I'm looking at the NFL slate, Denton, I'm looking at this one game, and we're doing our first impression roses. So, like, what this segment is we look at the NFL slate and which games stand out to us. So let me ask you, in this matchup, in a divisional battle between the Seahawks and the Rams, who is Diet Coke and who is Pepsi in this situation? So the Rams are 3-point favorites, which makes me believe they're Diet Coke in this situation. But listen, Diet Pepsi's had quite a run this year. It would be similar to, like, the year where Diet Pepsi had all those, like, Super Bowl halftime shows with like Britney Spears or commercials, I should say, with Beyonce, with Pink. So it's been a banner season, but at the end of the day, it does feel like Diet Coke, aka the Rams, are still the better squad. So let me ask you, like, this is the first game that caught my attention because I think it's one of the most interesting games of the week. Would you lay the 3 with the Rams, or do you like the upstart Seahawks getting 3 on the road here?
So my first impression of this one is that I think this game needs to color its hair just a little bit, you know, to fully maximize what I like, and I need this to drop a half point. I just need a half point. If that's 3.5,
its hair,
I'm all
Can you
over.
expand?
What's that?
Color its hair. Can you expand a little bit? What does that mean?
It just needs to make one little change, and then I would be head over heels for it. Because I just need that line to drop to 3.5. I need one change in that line, and I'm all over Seattle. If I'm
not
like
dyeing your hair is a big change.
It's probably a big change. That's the man in me. But I try to come up on the spot with a metaphor that a massive swing in
I got
this.
what you're saying.
But I need Seattle at 3.5 because this doesn't feel like a game where Los Angeles, they're not going to do to Seattle what they just did to San Francisco, right? They beat the doors off of San Francisco. I mean, it felt like from the jump it wasn't even close. Seattle's way too good to let that happen. So I need that to get to 3.5 because I would love Seattle at 3.5. I think this is going to come down to the potential of a game-winning field goal or a late go-ahead field goal that ends up, you know, ending the game. I think both teams are really well matched. Stafford's the MVP right now. To me, I know there's a lot of love for Drake May, but Stafford has like 25 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. I mean, he's going insane right now. So he's my MVP, but I really like the Seattle team. I've seen him up close and personal. They got a bunch of dudes, and Mike McDonald has that defense playing exceptionally well.
Yeah, this is a top 5 scoring defense in the NFL, which I think a lot of people look at this team. They're like, oh, it's Sam Darnold. It's the passing attack. It's JSN. But the defense, like you mentioned, has been a huge part of its success as well. And you could say that for the Rams, too. Like, they have so many really young studs on that defensive line, like we saw last year from Jared Verse, that it's an all-around great team as well. I will say, like, home field advantage matters for something, but maybe not that much in LA.
They don't have a home field. There's going to be a lot of 12th men in there. I mean, when there was a lot of when the Chargers and the Commanders played, there was a lot of Commanders fans out there. That's literally the entire across the country. You just got to come down a few hours. So I think there's going to be a lot of Seahawks fans there.
Well, here's the good thing, Den. If you're looking for a 3.5, there is one out there. And it does feel like this game in particular is one that you should shop around for because over at MGM, it's 3, but across the way, it's 2.5 at some places, and it's even 3.5 at some places. So depending on which side you like, make sure you get the best number because obviously 3 is a very key number when betting on the NFL. So let me ask you, Denton, what was a game that kind of caught your attention the first time you looked at the slate?
So it was one that's also going to be in that window, the Chiefs and the Broncos, with the Chiefs laying 4 on the road in Mile High. We talked about this last week. I don't trust the Broncos right now. They beat up on a lot of really bad teams. They have a nice, impressive win over the Philadelphia Eagles, but they've beat up on a lot of really bad teams. And on the flip side, it feels like Kansas City is turning the corner to be what we all kind of knew they could be, but now they're proving it on a weekly basis. So I really like Kansas City laying 4 here. And I don't know what the rules of the first impressions are, but I did look at some of the numbers that are provided by BetMGM in terms of where the public is right now. And it's still super early, so you're not getting a huge lean from the public because most casual people are not betting until maybe Friday. Maybe they'll look at it Thursday, but usually Friday or Saturday. But it's 50-50. I kind of was of the assumption that it was going to be massively in the direction of Kansas City, but I do think casuals will look at the record of Denver, see they have a better record than Kansas City. There's already Chiefs fatigue, so on top of that everyone's going to bet Denver. So if everyone's going to bet Denver and I just feel strongly about Kansas City, I'm in like the perfect spot right now. So I love Kansas City laying 4.
I think the Broncos are one of those teams that I don't trust, but this is also a divisional matchup. And the Broncos still have a very good defense. So I think like the first impression that I got in this game, I was like, okay, what's the total in this one? Because it does feel like an under game. The Chiefs feel like one of those teams that they are very good at ruling the time of possession. It almost feels like what we saw from the Eagles in that game against the Packers in the first half, where they can have those really long, productive drives. And usually that translates to unders because a lot of time is, wasted off the clock. So 44.5 is the total here. Another key number. I wish it was 45 here. That, or you could kind of ride the trend for the Broncos being really bad in the first half. Like we have seen the Broncos be decent in the fourth quarter, and that has overcome like some of their earlier flaws. But if you like the Chiefs in this spot, maybe you lay the 2.5 in the first half. Or if you want to get juicy, it's minus 160 on the money line. You could play a halftime, full-time result. But I don't know. I feel like the divisional matchups, those are the ones that maybe this is your first impression rose, but I would need to do a little bit more digging before actually placing a bet.
You got to take them out, Got to take them out just to see how do they treat the waiter. What are they nice when they order their drinks? I'm also looking at the Bengals and the Steelers because I look at Pittsburgh laying 5.5. And, we've talked about Aaron Rodgers, his wife. Is she real? Is she not real? I also need to know, is this offense real for Pittsburgh? 2 weeks ago, they beat the mess out of the Colts in the turnover battle. They won that turnover battle 5-0, but they only won by 7. It feels like they have to play just about flawless football to come away with victories. Now, thankfully, Cincinnati's defense is pretty poor. You'll be able to put up some points even if you're not at a full strength offensively. But I also feel like that Cincinnati might have a little bit of a spark underneath of them with the news that Joe Burrow is going to be coming back sooner rather than later, and realizing, all right, if we could just win 1 or 2 games here, once we get Joe back, we're going to be feeling really good about ourselves, and maybe we can find a way not even just to sneak into the postseason, but to win the division. That's going to be their best avenue right now. And because Pittsburgh is, they're a game over 500. The Ravens were without Lamar Jackson for such a long time. You're still in that conversation. I kind of like Cincinnati to at least cover the 5.5, but that might be one where I upset city alert, and I might throw a little bit on the money line at plus 195.
Well, we've already seen it this year. We've already seen this matchup, and the Bengals won in primetime 33-31. So I think that leads me to look at the total in this one. We've been talking about how overs have been the play in the NFL, and some of these totals just can't be high enough. So 49.5 is the posted total. And, man, the Bengals defense, they ain't stopping anybody. And the offense is actually scoring points. And you could say the same about the Steelers. Like, I understand their offense did not look good last time around, but against the Bengals last time, it was not Aaron Rodgers' fault that they lost that game. The Steelers still scored 31 points. And these are the totals for the last few Bengals games. 47-42, 39 to 38, 31 to 33, 27 to 18. So 49.5, it's looking pretty low. I need to check the weather, but like that's my first lane.
I wonder what the weather is, because Aaron Rodgers, it does feel like with Rodgers and Flacco, those are two guys that aren't going to be massively deterred by the weather because they played in it for such a long time. So I think you're right. That over at 49.5 might be the right side.
Yeah, I think we see a better effort from Aaron Rodgers. I know everybody's like, he looks every bit of 41 years old. Well, he's had good games this year. So I think it's still in there somewhere, especially when you face a Bengals defense that's been giving up some extremely crooked numbers. All right, coming up next, we switch gears to basketball. What are we betting in the association tonight? It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Off and running. Let's go. Time for more of the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, and for Jenks today in this segment, we'll get to some hoops because it is basketball season, and I understand the NBA doesn't have, many games to look at as far as data goes, but we'll do our best to handicap some of these games. All right, Den, so we've all heard the term shoot or shoot, but boy, did Cade Cunningham take that to another level on Monday. And you were telling me that you saw this because he was playing against your Wizards. But Cade Cunningham, my goodness, the guy shot 45 times, and now he broke the record for most missed shots in a single game, a record held by Kobe Bryant, which feels very fitting. But I will say this, his stat line was still really good. So he had, he was 14 of 45 in a win over your Wizards, but still scored a bunch of points because he also got to the free throw line. So 46 points in 45 minutes. You look at that, you're like, whoa. But shooting 14 of 45, my goodness, does that take some confidence to continue shooting when you miss all of those shots?
Well, to quote the late, great philosopher, well, not late, great, because he could still theoretically be alive, Michael Scott, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So you got to at least take the shot. Cade Cunningham was doing what we call, Chelsea, spraying and praying. He was just throwing it up and hoping that it would eventually hit the bottom of the net. And when you consider the free throws that he shot in there as well, he shot the ball 60 times that night, which is an asinine number to shoot. And the Wizards are not good defensively. They went to overtime. They lost that game. The Wizards did because they gave up a 5-point lead with 14 seconds left, which feels next to impossible, but they found a way. I just could not believe what I was seeing from Cade Cunningham because in the moment, it didn't feel like, wow, he's missing 31 shots. It just felt like he was constantly kind of getting to the rim, getting to the free throw line, making the Wizards bend to his will a little bit. But you see those numbers after. It's very reminiscent of a playoff series from not a couple of years ago now at this point, almost 10 years ago. I'm old as hell now. When the Jazz played the Thunder, and it was Donovan Mitchell and Russell Westbrook, and they were just having a brick off. I think each guy was missing 20 shots a game on a regular basis. I think the final game of that series, the Jazz they upset the Thunder, I think. Russell Westbrook, I think, went 15 of 43. So he was like really, really close to what Cade Cunningham did. I mean, it was brick after brick after brick. And he was doing that in a regular season against the Wizards.
Well, to his credit, for Cade Cunningham, if you're being like, why was he shooting so much? The Pistons were missing 4 of their rotational pieces. So, it wasn't most of the players that normally play. So I understand. You try to take a bigger role. And especially, Cade Cunningham is the star of that team. So it's fine. But, you probably shouldn't have gone to overtime with the Wizards. The Wizards, they terrible. But let me expand this to, a betting conversation. Do you know anybody who bets like this? This feels like the opposite of me, where I want to be efficient, I want to be precise, and I only want to bet on the things that I feel really good about. But, some people have this strategy when it comes to betting.
Most people have this strategy when it comes to betting that are not like us, right?
Strategy.
Yeah, strategy. They're like, if I just hammer away these bets, eventually a couple of them are going to hit. I went to a birthday party of a friend of mine a couple of years ago. It was at this very nice wine bar, right? And all of his friends, who I knew in passing, I met them a couple of times, but they're not my friends. They were talking about gambling, and naturally, I'm inclined. I was like, "Oh, college football! It's college football season. Let's talk a little bit of gambling." And they were like, "Yeah, I got this 20 team parlay going on here," and I was like, "Huh?" I was like, "What do you mean you got 20 team parlay going on?" He's like, "Yeah, I actually got 4 of them." You got 4 20-team parlays, and then you know what the kicker was, Chelsea? That just made me want to leave the birthday party immediately. It was a 20-team money line parlay that paid plus 150. And I was like, why would you even bet that? There's not nearly enough reward for the risk that you're taking there with your money. So, yes, I say all that to say there are a lot of people in the world that just take this crazy approach where eventually something's going to hit. So I'm just going to fire off 1,000 of these things.
Well, here's the thing. Like, here's what like grinds my gears when I am betting. And you make a really smart bet and you're like, wow, my hypothesis was really solid on that. And then like you're like, hey, I'm going to throw out another bet because I feel kind of strongly on this one. Because if you lose that second one, you're giving back what you made on that first one. So it's like, okay, 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, or hell, even 3 if you're talking about the juice on some of these bets. So just a reminder, do not be like Cade Cunningham when firing away on bets. Maybe think about it just a touch more. All right, so let's get into the NBA slate today, see if we can pick some winners. And I'll say this, I have not felt super confident betting on the NBA. I do think like one of my beginner strategies is I feel like a wobbly deer walking for the first time. Sometimes you just look at the bad teams, you're like, okay, we will look at the bad teams and we're going to fade said bad teams. Like last night, fading the Grizzlies. Grizzlies are off to a disastrous start.
Terrible.
And tonight, the Celtics are hosting the Grizzlies. Boston laying 6.5. It feels like a short number. I think maybe the Celtics are coming off a back-to-back, but still, Grizzlies have been an absolute free fall, have not covered as an underdog in any of their 8 last matchup. So maybe that's one to circle and say, okay, at some point the Grizzlies are going to cover a number, but probably not tonight against the Celtics. Or you could look at the storyline one where I was surprised at this number, Denton, where the Mavericks are actually favored against the Suns. So I don't know if you saw this, if you haven't been following the NBA, but Nico Harrison finally was fired as GM of the Mavericks, which it feels like he should have been fired a long time ago for trading away Luka Doncic. Is there anything to that? Like, is there anything that's worth putting into the handicap when it comes to a fired figurehead that so many people hated? Like, it would be one thing if the Mavericks were getting points, but they're favored against the Suns tonight.
I'd be betting the Mavericks no matter what the point spread is tonight. We've heard of the fired coaching bump. I think there is a fired general manager bump, particularly when that general manager, let's see, it's November, so quick math here, 9 months ago traded Luka Doncic. And I am not dumb enough, and I know no one on this show is dumb enough to believe that this was all some plan, that they were going to land Cooper Flagg. You landed Cooper Flagg based off of what is supposed to be luck. Maybe Adam Silver, moved the chips a little bit, but you landed Cooper Flagg on what was supposed to be luck, which means you got rid of the guy that traded Luka. That is going to be a party in Dallas tonight. A party. The atmosphere is going to be jumping. I bet there's going to be a lot of Luka Doncic jerseys, honestly, in attendance tonight. This is going to be, I wish this game was on primetime because I love Chelsea sitting and just experiencing great environments through the television screen. It's one of the many reasons I love college football. It's one of the many reasons why in January and February, when you're like right in the heart of conference play, the college basketball is so exciting. You're going to get that kind of feel tonight, I think, in Dallas. The evil overlord is gone, and you get to celebrate and party. I'm laying that 1.5 with Dallas.
Yeah, I think this is one where at least we'll see snippets, probably online on social media, of the crowd doing some type of chant, like "Ding Dong, the witch is dead," something similar to that, where it does feel like they'll get some type of a bump, and they are favored in this game, so maybe that's the way to go. So the team that I've been kind of following, just because they have been an absolute wagon and scoring a ton of points, like I mentioned last night, took the Knicks laying a big number against the Grizzlies. That covered. Boy, has this offense been absolutely cruising. At least 120 points or at least 119 points in 5 straight games now. But now they're on a back-to-back, and they're laying 3.5 against Orlando. So here's my question. It's more of a logic question. When you see a trend in any sport, and it's going, and it's going, and it's going, do you ever wonder, like, at some point this trend is going to end? Because the Knicks have been outstanding at home this year. A perfect 7-0 straight up, and this is a tight spread. Orlando, the market has been a little too high on them. They're just 5-6 as favorites, 2-3 away. They haven't even been underdogs at all this season. So it looks to me like New York is the play. Even off a back-to-back, doesn't matter to me if some guys aren't playing, just simply because this is a very deep team. But like at some point, these trends have to end, right?
Eventually, I would feel comfortable riding with this one though. I feel like the trends, if you see a trend in this early portion of the season, I'm way more comfortable than if you see it for like 2 weeks in February, right? Where it's you're kind of at the midway point in the season, everyone's starting to get really tired, and then there's an all-star break in between. I feel like the Knicks are just cruising right now, and everyone's healthy. They're rolling. Energy is high in New York because it's the only good team in New York right now. So I kind of like the Knicks laying 3.5, but it also is, I am not falling for the Magic. I know they were highly touted at the beginning of the season because you kind of had to be. Like, you had to put somebody at number 3 in the Eastern Conference, with Cleveland being the definitive 1, the Knicks being the definitive 2, and then he didn't trust the Celtics because they had injuries, and he didn't trust the Bucks because Doc Rivers is the head coach. So you eventually had to put somebody at number 3. But I have never looked at this Magic team and thought that's a great team this year. So my play on this one would be more so just a fade of the Magic. Rather than riding with the Knicks, but I do think your points on the Knicks are correct because they have been super, super good at home.
Yeah, and the Magic, like I said, even the market's been too high on them, and it's a team from Orlando. It's not like they were a public darling, that people were running to bet on. But if you're looking for like off-the-cuff narratives as well in this one, it's Paulo Banchero's birthday. Some people like betting on things like this, and immediately I was reading the article and I rolled my eyes because it said, damn, I'm already going to be 23. Time is flying by. I was like, oh, brother.
Yeah, me too.
You old bag of bones. But is this something? Do you ever bet on guys simply because it's their birthday? Like, this is a tough matchup, against the Knicks. They, play in high tempo matchups. Like I said, a lot of these are high scoring. But, is it worth playing some type of prop on Banchero tonight simply because it's his birthday?
I'm not like so I don't follow people's birthdays. I don't have a subscription to famous birthdays. I don't stan a lot of these guys to know when they were born. I will bet on guys on Christmas, or in baseball when it's 4th of July. I'll bet on guys. I'll bet on big time games. But on your birthday, I mean, I can understand why people would do that, but I feel like that's out of my wheelhouse a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think I can make a case for it because at the end of the day, you're still trying to win the game. But there is a Twitter account that's dedicated to narratives, and it's just people's birthdays. It's, players' birthdays. It's like, hey, notification, it's this player's birthday tonight. It's like, well, he only plays 7 minutes a game, so I don't know how much his birthday is going to factor into the discussion. All right, so we have time for maybe a couple more of these NBA games. Maybe interesting is the Thunder tonight, laying 6.5. Boy, have they been a wagon. I feel like they're one of those teams that no matter what the situation is, no matter if somebody's out, whatever, I'm afraid to fade them. We talk about trends always coming to an end, and eventually, the Thunder aren't going to roll every single night, but they're at home against the Lakers tonight, which the Lakers are 8-3. The Lakers have shown some fight, even in games in which Luka Doncic has not been his most efficient. They've had other guys step up. But Oklahoma City, 11-1 at home this year. Against the spread, not quite as good, 7-5. Lakers have been good against the number as well, but Denton, are you like me? Are you afraid to fade the Thunder?
I'm not fading the Thunder. I know that record against the spread is not great. I'm going to use this number, though, and ask you a different question. So that number 6.5. Over under 6.5, the amount of games over the course of 82 that the Thunder are going to be underdogs in. How nuts is that? It feels like they are the favorite every single night, and that they will be nearly every single night. That's wild.
I think that's kind of how it was for the Celtics, back when they were in their prime, when everybody was healthy. Because it makes sense. They're the reigning champs, and also they're a team that has a ton of depth. Because think about it, the first game of the season, they didn't have Jalen Williams. They still he's still day to day. And it's a team that continues to absolutely roll, and it is a young team. So when you have these back-to-back games, it's not really going to phase Oklahoma City as much as it would say, I don't know, the Clippers, who average age is 42. So it's just a perfect recipe for a team that covers and just rolls. And some of these numbers look big, but you look at Oklahoma City over this last stretch. They've laid 11.5, 10.5, and 8.5, and they've covered all 3 of those games.
They're so good. It's like borderline, because I feel like sometimes we'll see a team win a championship, and then in the first like 2 months or so, you're like, all right, like they're trying to repeat. They're still good, but they're not quite as good. It feels like the Thunder just hit the ground running. And what is crazy is that only twice has Shai Gilgeous-Alexander played 40 minutes, and it was when games went into double overtime. Every single other game, he's under 40 minutes, which is exactly what they did last year.
Right. They're so deep. Like, it doesn't fall completely on his shoulders, but like if in the clutch moments, SGA can get the job done and get the win. If he needs to get to the foul line, he's one of the best in the business at doing that and making the free throws. All right, coming up next, it's time to whine about it on a Wednesday. Our favorite complaints come your way next on the Daily Tip.
Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're off, we're rolling. We are caffeinated here on a Wednesday edition of the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. I'm Chelsea Messenger, Denton Day, in for Jenks today. In a few minutes, we'll whine about it on a Wednesday, which is our weekly segment where we get to complain about anything and everything, and I absolutely love it. So here's a headline I just clicked on. So you know that the Kelsey brothers have a podcast, and they have like all these different like celebrities on it. I think they do a great job as far as somebody who is in broadcasting. Jason Kelsey's obviously a star for a reason. He's on all these platforms. He is authentic. He's, good at articulating points, and it just feels like he's entertaining. But the headline I just clicked on was Jonas Brothers tell Jason Kelsey that bullying brings us together. So, Den, let me ask you, do you have any siblings? Do you agree with this, that bullying brings siblings together?
Are they talking about bullying each other or like coming together
Yes.
as siblings to talk trash about somebody else?
Oh, dual rules. That's what I thought of. Kidding. Was it Billy Madison, where the whole family just bullies people?
The whole family.
No, I think they're talking about bullying each other.
Oh no, I don't agree with that. But there's no stronger bonding agent than when me and my brother don't like somebody, because then like the gloves are off. Like we're both witty, quick on our feet. It's a verbal jousting match, and the opposing side is never on the winning side.
Here's how I feel about siblings. It's like I can talk trash about my brother, but as soon as somebody else does it, no, my friend.
Yeah.
Only I can do it. That's how I feel about family. It's like no matter how bad they are, and it's like objectively speaking, if they do something stupid, I'm allowed to say that, but you're not.
Right, exactly. And that's been put to the test a little bit because I'm in my brother's fantasy football league, and it's the first fantasy football league that I played since 2019. And let me tell you, Chelsea, I'm getting rocked, like just destroyed. So that does feel like he's bullying me. I mean, he beat me so bad this weekend. I thought, Travion Henderson's on my team, and I was like, yes, Travion Henderson, this is awesome. I feel pretty good about that. He had a great game. Well, my brother had Jonathan Taylor on his team. So that if that bullying counts, he's bullying me on a pretty regular basis in fantasy.
Yeah, but that's like not direct bullying. Like that's not his fault. Like Jonathan Taylor just went off this week. So like that's not like him, taking it personal and doing something to you. But we do have some breaking news that I think that we should mention because this is one of my favorite NFL players in general. So according to multiple sources, including Adam Schefter and Jordan Schultz, the Giants are naming Jameis Winston for the starting quarterback this Sunday. All the meme makers rejoice. It's going to be an entertaining game. Maybe throws 5 picks, but who cares? I'm excited for this.
Hey, you got to eat a W, Chelsea, to celebrate. You got to eat a W for Jameis. I just need him doing media. That's what I need. I'm glad they announced this today so he gets to speak today to the New York media. The one-liners that he's going to drop are just going to be crazy. Jameis Winston is my favorite player when it comes to talking. I don't get what he says half of the time, but it's a ride that I'm glad to be a part of.
Okay, so when we're talking about handicapping this game, so the Giants are playing the Packers, who we know have had issues getting their offense going. Does Jameis bring a real spark to this Giants team? Because we've seen this before. What was it, that game that he started for the Browns and it was snowing? And it was just like a fever dream where he threw all these touchdowns. You're like, oh my God, Jameis is the best. And then he talks about like, thanking God and all these great post-game quotes. But do you think he makes a real difference in like the game plan for the Packers defense? Because I will say this, Packers defense has been incredible.
Yeah, the defense has been really good. I would bet that they're going to pick him off a couple of times, but I also feel like that's because he's going to throw the ball down the field. I don't think he has any fear whatsoever about stretching it, right? And so you get a fired head coaching bump. You get a new quarterback bump. And there might be something with the Giants here. Maybe not on the line because the Packers are just a better team than they are, and I do think there's going to need to be some giddy up in the step of the Packers after scoring literally 7 points on Monday Night Football. But maybe a Giants team total over because I think James is going to put some points up, and it's going to be entertaining as hell.
Well, I was just looking at the spread. The line has not changed yet, and I don't think that it probably will. Packers still laying 7 on the road, total of 43.5. So if you think that people are scoring points at all in this one, I think maybe you look at the over there. But again, this time of year, you also need to check weather because it's always a factor when it comes to these games, especially in the Northeast. But I can't wait for that game. Jameis is the absolute best. So if we can't get Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo, at least we go to number 3 on the depth chart, and that is Jameis Winston. Talk about an all-time meme team. The Giants are it.
I can't wait to see the pump-up speech, too. Just him. He's gonna be eating W's. Getting him in the circle, surrounded by the guys. I can't wait. It's must-watch television.
Right. Like, who needs a head coach? We have him firing you up. And I think the best part is that it goes across the board even when he's not the starting quarterback. Like, he's firing up the other guys. And when somebody else makes a great play, like, you can tell it is genuine excitement from him. So he's a clubhouse guy through and through. Somebody who I wish the Titans had, because at least that would be interesting. Because now we don't have Will Levis. It's just like Cam Ward doing his best, and you just feel bad for him. Like, gone are the days of the meme king Will Levis in Tennessee. It's just sad quotes now. We ass.
A lot of sad quotes. We ass.
Gotta love that. All right, well, speaking of complaining, it's a Wednesday. So that means it's time to whine about it on a Wednesday.
Why talk about it when you can whine about it?
Whine, whine, whine.
Here on Whining Wednesday
Do you want to hear whining?
on the Daily Tip.
All right, so I feel like normally we would just use this segment to complain about YouTube TV, but we've already complained about that already on the show. But then I feel like a lot of my complaints aren't necessarily relatable for you guys, because mine this week is children's birthday parties and the amount of money that you have to spend to have like 15 kids in any enclosed area in like the winter months. It's exorbitant. Like, I need to build a warehouse and just like put like a playground in it. And I feel like that is a great business venture because you got to have the birthday party somewhere. But let me ask what you're complaining about, because I feel like your complaints are usually more relatable to our listeners than mine.
I think my thermostat is trying to kill me. So it is cold here in D.C., and we have switched the heat on, right? This is our first winter living at this apartment. We got it in March, married in April, but it was still like, it wasn't cold in March by the time we had it, so we didn't really mess with the heat settings on the thermostat. But during the summer, we had it on, cool, right? And just generally speaking, I like to be more cold when I'm at home because I can use like blankets or hoodies or things of that nature. And I just don't like generally being super hot. So we switched it on to the heating section because it's been cold up and down the East Coast for this entire week. It was like 40 some odd degrees yesterday, maybe 39 degrees yesterday or something like that, which is a little abnormal for this time of the year. We switched it on to heat, but my wife was like, hey, let's switch it on to heat, but we can still set the heat at 72 or 73. And I'm like, oh, it's a great idea. That's like a livable temperature. The dog's not going to get overheated. It's fine. So we do that. And then 2 hours later, I hear the heat kick on. I'm like, oh, it's normal, whatever. But then I'm sweating. I'm like, why am I sweating right now? So I go over and look at the thermostat. I had set it at 72 or 73, and it, with a mind of its own, decided, I think 86 is a good idea. So it jumps to 86, and it was now heating the apartment to get to 86. So I was like, well, this is stupid. I'm going to set it back down. Clearly, I did something wrong, right? So I set it back down. Everything was fine. This was probably around 7:30, 8 o'clock. Everything's fine. I go to bed, generally speaking, around 9:30. I double-checked. Everything was fine. I woke up at 2:30 to the same thing happening again. I go over, walk out, almost step on my dog. I'm like, buddy, you got to move. I walk over, and at 2:30 is I think 86 is a good temperature to have. So I got to get on my dad-ish later today and figure out how to set the thermostat to where it doesn't go into a mind of its own Terminator style and try to kill me while I sleep at night by overheating. So I got some homework to do after the show.
My only hypothesis is that it's on some type of timer, right? Is it like there's some type of timer setting where it's like, okay, in like 3 hours, we're going to bump it up to 86? Like, I don't know, like, who pushed that button, but that's the only thing I can think of.
That I'm going to have to figure that out because that feels correct, and I'm hoping this is an easy fix because I'm really not that handy. Like, if this is anything more than just watching a YouTube video, I'm going to be in a little bit of trouble. I don't know how to fix a thermostat. I trained to write. I'm a creative guy, not a handyman guy.
We're all so useless when it comes to that. Like, people in the media where it's like, I talk about sports for a living. Okay, what real world skills can you use in this? It's like, basically nothing. Like, I don't know if you remember playing like Oregon Trail, where it's like you could be certain professions and like they translate to like skills on the Oregon Trail where you're like a doctor or you're a banker and you have a lot of money or you're like a trader or something. Like, both me and Jake's profession, like, he threw baseballs for a living.
Yeah.
Do you know how that translates to real life? Nothing. There is no skill in real life that helps at, except for going to the state fair, and he can win me a teddy bear because he's really good at accuracy things. But like,
or he could be a great like hunter-gatherer if things go really sideways with technology.
What do you mean, like shooting things?
Like he'll just be throwing rocks to catch food for the night.
Who needs a bow and arrow? He just simply has a pebble. He's bringing it back.
He has a pebble, and he can throw 89, take it to the dome.
That would be a terrible way to die, right?
Awful.
Like, I feel like that would be inhumane to animals. So, like, I don't think that we're going to explore that avenue. But yeah, that stinks. Especially like 86 on a thermostat. Like 86 in normal weather, it's okay. It's hot, but that's summer weather. But indoors, that is hell on earth.
It's hell. It's hell. So I got to fix that today.
No more beanies around the house for you if it's going to be 86 degrees. But I will say this time of year, it's tough because I like it cold in the bedroom like you. And then parts of our house have really high ceilings. So it's freezing in those areas, but hot in the bedroom. Gotta love it. Gotta love being a homeowner. Hour 3 is next. We talk about the latest college football playoff rankings after the break on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker back.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than they.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Wake up, people. Hour 3 starts right now here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. Special salute to our viewers on Stadium. Over the next hour, we have so much college football to get to because last night, the latest iteration of the college football playoff rankings were released. We tell you what bets you should be making because of these and what teams actually control their own destiny and what are the dark horse teams you should be watching out for. So Denton Day and for Jenks today, and Denton, it's always good to have you on the show, but especially good when we have college football to talk about because you have your own show on SiriusXM talking college football. So I know you're a college football guy. So let me ask you, this year compared to other years, do you think this is one of the more entertaining versions of college football with some of the parity that we have this year?
Definitely. I've had so much fun this year. One, Indiana being good. I think that has taken this year and turned it to a completely different direction. And we're so accustomed to seeing teams like Penn State and Clemson and Florida State all be really high up here, but they're not. So instead, you get Texas A&M, who has never made the college football playoff before in the school's history, despite always feeling like a pretty good team or a pretty good program over the past couple of decades. They've never been in this position that they're in now. Indiana is still very, very new to any sort of success in college football. Texas Tech is now back into the conversation as one of the best teams. You get all of the Lane Kiffin stuff. All of it, right? With him being named for every single coaching opening, including now the New York Giants. And with him then being just who he is on Twitter. I mean, he retweeted something about DJ Lagway at Florida being benched this weekend after they whooped up on the Citadel. So you get the hilarity of that. And then you get the group of 5 representation, which if you followed that at all, Chelsea, those games have been really, really entertaining with Memphis and USF squaring off earlier this year and Memphis winning, but then Memphis turning around and losing to UAB, and now USF is back in the driver's seat for that. So that whole process has been really, really fun to watch. I didn't even get into the ACC stuff with Virginia being relevant in November for the first time in what feels like an eternity. It's been so much fun.
There's a lot of layers to college football, and I think that's what makes it interesting as well because so many people feel like they have a seat at the table because now the college football playoff has been expanded to 12. And I do think that's one of the reasons that they did expand it. So more people feel like they have a voice. And even the people who aren't in the 12, people who are on the outside looking in, like those fan bases have a reason, or at least they think they have a reason to be angry that their team got left out. So let's get to some of these rankings that were released last night. If you look at the rankings, it's still Ohio State standing tall at number 1, Indiana 2, and Texas A&M 3. Those are the undefeateds in college football. Then it goes Alabama 4, Georgia at 5, Texas Tech at number 6, and we will circle back to that because I think that's a very interesting ranking for them. Ole Miss at 7, Oregon goes up to 8, Notre Dame at 9, and Texas into the 10th spot, followed by Oklahoma and BYU. So, Denton, when you first saw these rankings, what was your biggest takeaway?
So the biggest thing was Texas Tech jumping Ole Miss, because very rarely do we see an SEC team win and then get jumped by a team that is outside of the SEC or the Big Ten. But Texas Tech jumping Ole Miss, I think, is a very key point to keep in mind moving forward as to how the committee feels about Texas Tech. Now, they obviously had a very big win against BYU. BYU was ranked. It was at Texas Tech, but that was a dominating performance to where it was very clear who was the best team and who was not, right? So that kind of win certainly aids in this, but still it's very it's very unusual that a Big 12 team in the current iteration of the Big 12 is going to jump an SEC team. So I found that to be the biggest point of intrigue at the top. And a lot of that is because Baron Morton, who is not fully healthy, but he's now playing, and he's playing through injury. He's their starting quarterback at Texas Tech. That team is completely different when he is playing, and they could have beaten BYU by 50 if they executed just a little bit better in that game. So I think that's kind of what it comes down to. But them jumping Ole Miss, I thought was surprising.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect for Texas Tech to the point where you look at the top 4 teams and maybe you expand it out, some of the other teams where if they make it to their conference championship game, like looking at the teams in the SEC and, of course, Ohio State and Indiana, if they meet in the Big Ten championship, somebody's going to have a loss. So I don't know what the committee is going to think if Texas Tech runs the table for the remainder of the season. Like, how much does that change the calculus? And is there a way where Texas Tech, when it's all done, is one of the top 4 seeds? I think it's in the realm of possibility.
Very much so. I would say the easiest avenue for that, right? So if we take the 4 teams and just assume, all right, these teams are going to win out, they're going to be the representatives, or even not win out. Like Texas A&M can lose, or Indiana could lose, right? But Alabama right now feels like the easiest avenue for them to currently jump. If they get to the SEC championship game and it's A&M and Alabama, and then Alabama loses, giving them their second loss of the year, and then in the Big 12 championship, Texas Tech, who could potentially face BYU for the second time, depending on how that conference shakes out, if they are a one-loss Big 12 champion where you take that loss, which was against Arizona State, and you can clearly point to the reason why they lost, which is that Baron Morton, their starting quarterback, didn't play. You can say, hey, that team deserves to be number 4. That team deserves to get a bye. And I think that would end up happening if it's a one-loss Big 12 versus a 2-loss SEC champ or SEC championship participant, but they got that second loss in the championship game. I think Texas Tech would jump them. They're going to jump Georgia. Unless Georgia plays in the SEC championship game, they're going to jump Georgia.
Right, and Georgia doesn't have, a cakewalk of a schedule left. They still have to play Georgia Tech, which we've seen those matchups go down to the wire. Remember, wasn't it like 8 overtime game? Yeah. Was it last year or the year before? Yeah. So, those games are wild, and Georgia Tech is not bad this year. So, we will keep our popcorn ready
They get
Georgia.
Texas this weekend, too. I mean, you want to talk about the best game of the weekend? I feel for Jenks. He's going to have to watch that at, I don't know what time that's going to be in Spain. It's going to be like 3 a.m., but Georgia and Texas is going to be a headbanger this weekend.
Who do you like in that game? Honestly,
Georgia.
It's hard for me to go against Georgia because, my big takeaway is that if this game is close in the final 5 minutes, what have we seen from Georgia this year? They find ways to win, and they find ways to cover. If you watch that Ole Miss game, and when you look at Texas, it just feels like I just have anxiety, watching their offense. And Arch Manning, and we have seen him kind of, I know he's been better, but still, if I'm trusting one of these 2 offenses in the final few minutes, it's going to be Georgia.
Yeah, there's Arch Manning being better, and then there's beating Georgia, right? They're such different levels on the road, too. Mm-hmm. I like Georgia for the reason that you mentioned, which is the perfect reason. They are so good in the fourth quarter. And because they have now a history of being so good in the fourth quarter, I get the opportunity to talk to a lot of these players after games, and Georgia is one of the schools that really hooks your boy up. So go Bulldogs. But I get their players a ton, and they say the same thing every single time. In the fourth quarter, nothing changes. We know who we are, we know what we're capable of, and we just go out there and do the plan. And I think a lot of that is a testament to what Kirby Smart has done, not just this year, over the course of his career, but it does feel like it's magnified this year. One, because there is an absence, I would say, of a coaching giant. So we're kind of looking for the next guy to place on that pedestal, which I think he's in the conversation for. But because they played such high-profile games, the game against Tennessee is a great example. You mentioned the game against Ole Miss. That's a great example. I know Florida wasn't very good, but that's still a really good example. Obviously, he didn't beat Alabama, but his composure on the sideline has been, I think, a really, really key part to where if he is calm, you're in a lot of trouble. When he's losing your mind, you might be all right. Because if he's losing his mind on the sideline, that means some things are out of his control. But when Kirby's sitting there calm as a cucumber, you're in a whole lot of trouble if you're on the other sideline.
Right, because he's been there, done that. Like, he is coaching so many big games that, like, it's nothing new to him. So it doesn't seem to matter the roster. And, like, it's still an extremely talented squad, but, like, maybe not as talented as, like, some of the other years past. But they find a way to get the job done. But I want to ask you about this because sometimes you see the rankings and you see, like, you know, the AP poll. And then you look at the betting numbers. And I personally put the odds makers like above the opinions of some of these other people. And you see Texas Tech at 18-1 to win the national championship. So we laid out the path for them to be one of those top 4 seeds. But what's the high-end potential of Texas Tech? Like at 18-1, the odds makers are not giving them a ton of respect. Mm-hmm. Do you think there is a ceiling on, I think I kind of want to say their offense? Because their defensive line is amazing. Probably one of the best defensive lines in the country. Their line play in general is really good. I know it sounds like you're pretty high on Baron Morton, but I don't know. I think maybe that's the sabotage factor for Texas Tech.
It is. Can they protect him? Because their defensive line is so good. And offensively, their offensive line has looked pretty good. But there's not a lot of dominating defensive lines in the Big 12, right? And as you now expand the picture and you see Ohio State and Indiana and Texas A&M, like really just everyone that's above them, but also some of the teams that are, slightly below them. Texas is another example of this. Those defenses are really, really good. And if you are having slight issues, it's not like, Morton's running for his life or anything like that. But if you're having slight issues protecting them against teams within your conference, it's a completely different beast when Ohio State gets off the bus. Like they just look different, and there's a feeling about playing Ohio State that is a little bit different. I don't hate that 18-1 number, to be honest. I could see an avenue where Texas Tech wins the championship. I could see it, and 18-1 is a pretty decent number that you're going to get for a team that has a realistic shot as we sit here in November. But it's just there's a reason Ohio State is Ohio State, right? It's just different.
I just feel like their offensive playmakers are in a different stratosphere. Like when you look at Texas Tech's offense and then you look at the receiver core for Ohio State, I know they have a great defensive line at Texas Tech, but I don't know. Like the numbers that Julian Sayin is putting up, 81% completion percentage, and I understand people still want to poo-poo that as well. But still, I feel like the offense doesn't have the high-end potential of some of these other teams, and some of it will be matchup-based. This is where it almost gets into the same strategy as handicapping March Madness, where some of the stylistic teams or the stylistic differences between these teams, seeding will matter, and it'll depend on who these teams face the first round. So I think it's going to be extremely interesting down the stretch. Do you think Texas A&M fans have a right to be mad that, the discussion is always Ohio State v. Indiana, and it's never Texas A&M v. Ohio State or v. Indiana? Do you think they have a right to be mad?
Definitely. Ohio State is the number one team, and if you're just looking at eye test, that's the best team. Their receivers are amazing. Nobody can score on them. Their coach is fantastic, and their quarterback's putting up great numbers. Eye test, that's the best team. Resume, I don't know how many teams have a better resume than Texas A&M. Because not only are they beating ranked teams, but they're beating a bunch of SEC teams that are pretty good and thought of as very highly, but they're really beating them up. So I would argue that Texas A&M should at the very least be 2. I'm glad that there wasn't a massive overreaction from the committee on what happened with Indiana and Penn State, because it should be the bigger picture, right? But Texas A&M, I think, has a reason to be upset about. Hey, we feel like we should be number 2 over Indiana. By the way, I'm all the way done. Last week I tried to convince you, be like, maybe Indiana should be above Ohio State. Nope, that was on me. That's an L. Left hand up. Made the mistake there. I watched Indiana play Penn State. They looked fine. They won, obviously. They are not Ohio State. Ohio State is so loaded everywhere. It's borderline unfair. Jeremiah Smith, I don't know, did you watch the Purdue game at all? Jeremiah Smith literally volleyball set a pass to himself. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, I'm turning this off. This is going to be a bloodbath. It was like a 5-yard little in route, but he volleyball set it and then grabbed it to himself. I've never seen that before.
Right. He's arguably the best player in college football. You know, like I know the Heisman is not like a receiver award, but like some of the stuff he does as far as skill goes, it's certainly out of this world. But here's the thing. In a 1-game sample size, anything can still happen. Like you still have to execute. So I'm not writing out Indiana just yet. It's been a great season for them. But you're right. As far as like on paper, who should win that game, it does feel like it's Ohio State. All right, more college football after the break. We have Rick Neuheisel, former UCLA head coach, joining us next to give us his takes on the latest landscape in college football. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Thanks for starting your morning with us here on the Daily Tip. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Denton Day, filling in for Jenks. And in mere moments here on the show, we welcome in Rick Neuheisel, former UCLA head coach and analyst for CBS Sports and SiriusXM. And what better time to talk to him than this week, where last night we had the latest iteration of the college football playoff rankings, and it just feels like there's always chaos and arguments brewing when it comes to college football. Now that the field has been expanded to 12 teams, there are more fan bases that are involved, and even on the outside looking in, there are fan bases that feel like they should be in that top 12. So let's bring him in now. He is Rick Neuheisel, former UCLA head coach, and as I mentioned, an analyst for CBS Sports, and does a lot of stuff for SiriusXM. So Rick, let me ask you this. Do you feel like the current playoff scenario where we have 12 teams in, do you think the committee got it right with the current format?
You know, it's so up to the eye of the beholder. It's difficult to argue. There's a couple places. I think Notre Dame is getting a giant pass by virtue of their rock star status. The fact that they're that far ahead of Miami, the gap closed, but they played each other. And in every other case, Texas being ahead of Oklahoma, Georgia being ahead of Ole Miss, Alabama being ahead of Georgia, the team that won the head-to-head competition is ahead. The reason BYU fell to 12 and not past that was they beat Utah. I mean, to sit here and have Miami that far behind Notre Dame, and I guess there's some recency issues there, but if you go back a couple years, there was one reason that Texas got into the 4-team playoff along with Alabama when Alabama beat Georgia, and Georgia and Florida State were sent packing. The reason was Texas had beaten Alabama earlier in the year. So I don't understand why they're just giving Miami this absolute snub right now.
Coach, it's great to have you on. Great to talk to you. You mentioned that BYU loss. I'm curious. We saw Texas Tech jump Ole Miss. I feel like it's very rare that we see a Big 12 team jump an SEC team. What did you take away from that matchup with Texas Tech and BYU that led them to jumping Ole Miss?
Well, Texas Tech has as good a defense as anybody in the country, with the possible exception of Ohio State, who still hasn't given up 100 points yet. They're the only FBS team that's given up less than 100, and it's at 65. And here comes an overmatched UCLA team, so that number's not going to change that much, I don't believe. But it's a incredible comprised team that they spent lavishly on, and that's not to take away from Joey McGuire and his staff. That's just to point out that they went and bought the finest of meats and cheeses to put this thing together, and it's paying off handsomely. I mean, the folks that spent the money, the Double Eagle Energy guys, got to be giddy about how this stock is going up.
Yeah, and it does feel like there is a pathway that Texas Tech could possibly be one of those top 4 seeds. You know, if some other things kind of fall into place, because clearly the committee is pretty high on them.
There's no question the committee's high on them. They're the class of the Big 12, and given the plight of the ACC and the Big 12, last night we had 7 SEC teams in the top 14 teams, guys. And each of them, it's plausible, and it wouldn't shock me at all if all 7 of them end up with no more than 2 losses. If that were to take place, if Texas wins at Georgia this weekend and Oklahoma wins at Alabama this weekend, if that takes place, we are in for carnage like you can't imagine, because now you're going to have 7 SEC teams. You're going to have probably 3 to 4 Big Ten teams that are all wanting there, which means to me, I think we're bracing ourselves for 1 from the Big 12, 1 from the ACC, and then that little team that could, Notre Dame, sitting right there. Somebody in that SEC seven-some is going to be outside looking in, and Greg Sankey's going to squawk again.
So I love that you bring that up, Coach. Do you feel like even though Miami has a really good resume right now, that their only avenue to getting in is if they find themselves in and win the ACC championship, or can they get in at large?
The only way they're going to get in at large is if somebody in that committee room that has some absolute presence is going to stand up and say, what are we doing? We're sitting here putting Notre Dame in, and that's imagining Notre Dame squeaking by Pitt this week and maybe having a close game with one of their two remaining opponents, maybe Stanford in the finale. And all of a sudden you're sitting there going, we're keeping Miami out and imagining Miami winning, thoroughly throughout in bludgeoning Pitt in the season finale. And we're going to punish them because they beat Notre Dame? What is wrong with us? We have to put them ahead of Notre Dame, but it's very difficult because Notre Dame is the apple of everybody's eye when it comes to what they bring to the television sets.
Oh, absolutely. So I think these rankings are great for the sake of, it provides discussion throughout the year, and it's exciting because so many people feel like they have their hat in the ring. But when it comes to who is actually winning a national title, how big is the pool? Like, how many teams can actually win a national championship this year?
This year, I think the number is bigger than it's ever been. And I think it's all because of the parity being brought about by the transfer portal. All of these teams that we're talking about, Ohio State, Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia, Texas Tech, Ole Miss, Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas, Oklahoma, are all spending lavishly. They're all spending lavishly. Oil is in big supply in this. If you look at this, you look at Texas A&M, you look at Texas Tech, you look at some of these teams. Texas is number 10. There is money in these programs. We had a guy on our program the other day that said that $30 million transferred on June 30th in the Texas Tech roster. $30 million, that getting ahead of the House settlement, which now limited any spending after July 1 to 20.5. They were $30 million already into salaries going forward. So you can imagine what was going on at Ohio State and Texas. How we're going to go back and get the genie back in the bottle, guys, for what we spent on the rosters this year is going to be really interesting.
You're going to need nothing short of divine intervention for that one, Coach. You mentioned Oregon. Do you have any concerns with the way that they played offense the past couple of weeks? They're down receivers. They actually leaned on a running game, and Dante Moore came through at the end of the game. They're a really good team. They're not the same team they were a year ago, but they're a really good team. But they got to prove it. They got Minnesota on Friday night. Then the Trojans come to town. Then they have to go to Washington, which is one of their top rivals there in the Northwest. It's not going to be easy. Jed Fish has been terrific at Washington at home. So if they get there by winning all three of those games, they'll have deserved it.
Do you think Texas A&M fans have a right to feel disrespected to where we hear all these discussions about, okay, what's the gap between Ohio State and Indiana? How big is it? But it feels like it's never the gap between Ohio State and Texas A&M. Like, that doesn't feel like the discussion to me. Do you think people are sleeping on the Aggies?
A&M has a chance to win the SEC championship without playing Ole Miss, without playing Bama, without playing Georgia, without playing Oklahoma, and without playing Vandy. They have a chance to win the championship. That's nuts. That's nuts. Now, they'll have to probably play one of those teams in the championship game, and we'll see how they fare against Texas. But the bottom line is we are at the mercy with these giant conferences of schedules, and these schedules need to be scrutinized a little closer. By the way, A&M's also played 4 teams that have already had their coaches fired this year. And they're getting ready to play a team without their offensive coordinators. Mike Shula got whacked by South Carolina. They are having this, and this is not to take away from Marcel Reed or Mike Elko or all the great yeoman work being done. Reuben Owens II, they are playing great football and deserve to be lauded. But if I'm worrying about where I am relative to Indiana and Ohio State, I'm worrying about the wrong things. One of those teams is coming behind me because they're going to get beat in the conference championship, assuming those two teams play each other. So all you have to do is hold serve, and you're going to be right where you want to be. I wouldn't say very much because the schedule has been absolutely wonderful, not to mention the referee in South Bend who just didn't notice the guy tackling the guy right in front of Marcel Reed on 4th and 11.
Coach, how big is the gap between Ohio State and everybody else?
I don't know, Denton, if that's as big as maybe we see. I think Matt Patricia is the Broyles Award winner. He's been spectacular in his role as the new coordinator there, taking over some new names, but they have been absolutely swarming. And I think Ryan Day's right there for Coach of the Year, given that he's given up some of the ego offensively to play complementary football, limiting the amount of plays. Julian Sayin is an 80+% passer, which is just ridiculous given his lack of experience. I mean, they're that good. But I don't think they run the ball just with ease. And I believe a team that has the wherewithal to be in the trenches with them and not get punched in the mouth and get moved around, a team that has a ability to stay in the game with them will make it a very close game. And unlike Indiana, they don't have any experience in a close game right now. I mean, if you go back earlier in the year, I think it was Ohio that was down 13-9 in the third quarter. I don't see this as the most explosive version of Ohio State, so I think people can stay in the game, and that means it'll be if somebody can get them in the fourth quarter, it'll be the first time that Ohio State really has to sweat.
It's crazy how now that the playoffs have expanded, it almost feels like some of the same themes you see in March Madness, where you see this, where like a big favorite, like a Kentucky gets down to like a small school and they don't know what to do. I'm not saying that Ohio State falls in that category, but your point is well received that they just haven't been through a lot of adversity this year. I wanted to get your take on this because obviously you are a former head coach. Can you quantify what Curt Cignetti has meant to Indiana? Like, obviously casual fans see like, hey, he's doing a great job, but can you expand on that? Like, just how big has he been for this program?
It defies logic. I mean, first of all, it's a new paradigm, so we've never seen somebody come to a new school and be able to bring 13 of his players with him. That's new, right? But to have 2 years in a row of starting the season 10-0, he's one of three guys who have done that in the Big Ten. One was Urban Meyer in 12 and 13. The other guy was a guy by the name of Fielding Yost, who did it in 1901 and 2. I mean, what are we doing here? This is Indiana. This is a team that has lost more games in college football than anybody else. If you're an Indiana fan, you wake up and you just keep checking to make sure that this is not an alternate universe, that everything is up and everything is down. It's just maniacal what he has gotten done in this deal. And he has this flair for just kind of giving that smirk, the Google me comment. I mean, he's been great for college football. I am a devout parishioner at the Church of Cignetti. I'm here for it. I want more of it.
Oh, man. If that doesn't get you hyped up to watch Indiana, I don't know what will. Absolutely amazing stuff from Rick Neuheisel today. Thanks so much for coming on. He is a former, longtime college football head coach and analyst for CBS Sports and Sirius XM. Great stuff today, Rick. We really thank you for coming on.
Thanks, Coach.
You guys are great. Now, you need to play me out with that ABBA song, Fernando, because Mendoza was incredible, too. The question at the beginning of the song is, can you hear the drums, Fernando? They can hear the drums in Bloomington. I promise you. It's been unbelievable.
I feel like this is what's great about college football. The people that love college football, they really love college football. And like the passion, it feels unparalleled. Denton.
I mean, it's exactly that. I have, over the course of the years now, Chelsea, working in it as frequently as I do, I've grown to love it significantly more than I love the NFL because there's a passion that you just cannot create in other areas. There's something about the college and everyone feeling like they're a part of it. And because you feel like you're a part of it, you're so much more invested into it. It's so much fun.
Yeah, even though fun doesn't feel like the word, when, like, I lived in Alabama and Georgia, and my first on-air job was in the state of Alabama, covering Alabama football. That feels like a religion. Like, fun doesn't feel like the right word. Like,
Pressure,
people
maybe.
base their entire lives around it, and I wonder how that lady's doing that wanted to win the lottery so she could fire Kalen DeBoer and pay his buyout. Wonder what she's doing these days.
Hopefully a
All right,
nice
coming up
vacation
next,
instead.
Best Bets. Right? Best Bets come your way next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
That is correct.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, time to land the plane. Final segment of the Daily Tip here on a Wednesday. Chelsea Messenger here with Denton Day, filling in for Jenks. Then inside you are two wolves. One that says, go ahead, make that bet based on your gut feeling. Or the other one's like, hey, maybe do one that's backed by research and science and numbers. And I am battling with that wolf right now because I'm looking at some of these bets and like my gut feeling is like, just go with the Knicks. The Knicks are an absolute wagon right now. And the Magic feels like the market's been too hot on them. But it almost feels like too simplistic. Like when you see something like for your first glance at looking at the slate, you're like, that feels too easy. Because listen, they have these big, shiny hotels and casinos in the desert for a reason, built on the backs of bets that looked too easy. So do you wrestle with this? Like when you look at a bet and you're like, that feels too easy. Maybe I should go with something else instead?
As I have matured in my gambling, yes. You know, I used to be, you remember from the, you remember that meme of the Olympics? Where there was the shooting in the Olympics, and there was the one competitor that was bending their body in all of these weird contorted angles because that was the correct thing to do. And then there was like this Eastern European guy that was literally just standing with one hand in his pocket at target shooting in the Olympics. That feels like what your battle is right now. Do I do the research and contort my body in all of these weird ways to get the best angle and velocity or all these things? Or do I just run it? Trust my gut, hand in the pocket, pop that thing sideways and fire it off.
Well, sometimes it almost feels like that is the better way. Like we do Teaser Tuesday every week. And like some of that for me is like, okay, I look at the slate and like instantly who pops off the screen to me? Because like teasers, you get a little wiggle room because obviously you get 6 points in your favor. And like last week, I should have played all three just on the normal spread. And if I would have parlayed them, that would have been a nice payday. So sometimes I do think, especially like later in the season, I'm not saying this about the NBA because I don't know how good my gut instincts are this early in the season. But like sometimes if you've been watching a sport for a while, like this is how I felt handicapping the World Series, where you can look at all these numbers for the regular season. And honestly, it feels like they don't even matter that much. You know, a lot of it is the eye test when it comes to later in the year and especially in the postseason.
Yeah, I'm in that same boat. I just looked at some of the numbers on BetMGM with your Knicks play in particular. There's a lot of public on the Knicks. Like a lot of public.
I mean, the public's not always wrong though. And like Here's the thing. It's 8:44 a.m. Eastern time. Like I understand you're saying like the public, but like how much of the casual betting public already has their bets in right now? Because like the Knicks just played a game last night. Do you get what I'm saying? Like if the public splits were like this an hour before tip-off, I think it would be more casual bettors. But do you get like the point that I'm trying to make? This is more people that are probably betting every day.
But don't you feel like with the Knicks, that always is going to get a little like I don't know that there's going to be another millions of people betting the Magic. I think everyone loves the Knicks. So because they're such a highly sought after team or a highly
they're a big market team.
Big market team. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, but they're also a good team. Like, and that's the thing. It's like I've seen that meme of like the bell curve where it's like some really stupid person and then like the middle is like the dumbest logic of them all, and then like the dumb person and like the really smart person have the same thought. It's like betting on like Patrick Mahomes. Remember when like every idiot in town was like, don't bet against Patrick Mahomes. But even like the smartest people said this as well. So like that's how I feel about like some of the good teams in the NBA where like even the dumb person who hasn't done any research is like, oh, the Thunder are a good team. But even people who follow the NBA are like, yeah, the Thunder is an absolute wagon. So I think that's where I've come to the conclusion where I do think the Knicks are the play tonight. So, like, not to tease my best bet, but do you get, like, the curve that I'm trying to illustrate?
Yeah. I gotcha. I went up and got my coffee during the break. They didn't have any of the creamer that I was looking for.
That powder creamer?
No, not the powder creamer. I'm an adult.
Have
I don't
higher
need the powder
standards.
Creamer. No, the cups. They have the little cups. I need the cup of creamer. So I have cane sugar in my coffee for today.
We're
talking
about
it's well mixed. I shook it up. And there's a pump of syrup in there too. Look at me. I know what pumps of syrup are. Coffee guy.
Ooh,
right here.
what flavor?
Ooh, this is maple bourbon pecan. It's one of my favorites.
Fancy.
It's fall, baby.
Even though half the
what I
time
mean?
I feel like they put like a bunch of flavors and it's like, you should have just said maple. Like, you know, when they like put on the package, they're like extra ripe strawberry. And you're like, just say strawberry.
Well, just say strawberry.
Just say red.
Who knows what an
Kool-Aid
extra
in the
ripe
90s.
tastes like? Yeah.
Purple. But they try to church it up all the time. I'm like, all right, vine ripened tomato. I'm like, okay, let's not try to church it up. This was not a vine ripened tomato. It's tomato.
Right, just say tomato.
Yeah, all right. Anyways, those complaints aside, it's time now for our best bets of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, then, since you are the guest host, you get to bat leadoff. What are you betting on today?
So we are going to continue my streak of being 3-0 on the program. So I got 3 bets, all of them coming in the NBA. I did not play your Knicks, so I decided to shy away from that. But instead, I went with the Bucks laying 5.5 against the Hornets. The Hornets, I don't think, are a very good team, but I actually really like Milwaukee. You know, I'm a big fan of Giannis, and if they're laying 5.5, I'm going to trust Milwaukee in this spot. I just don't know that the Hornets have anybody that will be able to slow down the offense of the Bucks. So I'm going to lay 5.5. I don't love that I'm laying that number on the road for Milwaukee, but I'm gonna trust my gut here, and I'm gonna lay Milwaukee 5.5.
I feel like a good strategy is to bet like all of the favorite teams of my household. So the Titans, the Panthers, because my husband's from Charlotte, and the Hornets. It's been a tough stretch. Like, I don't even think the Predators are good in honky. Like, Vanderbilt's out. So, like, I get it. I totally get it. But I know Jake loves the Hornets as well. So we watch it whenever they're on. But it's been tough times. You'd think when, like, Michael Jordan was, like, the owner or whatever for, like, the last few years that they could get, I don't know, some big-name free agents. Has not been the case.
Nothing.
It's tough sledding for Charlotte sports fans as of late. All right, as for me, oh gosh, I just kicked my light. Best bet of the day is going to be the New York Knicks. I've settled on it. I don't care if it's a public bet because the Knicks have been an absolute wagon. 5 straight wins, 5 straight covers, even when we've had some of these big numbers, laying 10 last night against the Grizzlies. Tonight, the Magic are in town. I understand it's a back-to-back, but this is a tough New York team, and Jalen Brunson is playing on another level. The Knicks, a perfect 7-0 at home this year. Meanwhile, you look at Orlando and a team that it feels like the market has never been high on the Magic, but it's also been too high this year. So, like, they're not a blue blood team where it's like the market has oversold them. But, like, we've already given them too much credit as favorites this year. They're 5-6 overall. They have not been underdogs in a single game this year. So even those wins you look at, they've been against some of these bad cellar dweller teams. In the NBA, the Knicks offense continues to absolutely roll. I'm not sure if the Magic can keep up. So stylistically, this is a really tough matchup for a Magic team that kind of prides itself on low-scoring defensive affairs. Meanwhile, the Knicks have scored at least 119 points in 5 straight games. They scored 133 last night. So I think it's just a bad matchup for the Magic. So let's lay the 3.5 with the Knicks and hope that the Knicks continue to roll. Denton, I don't care if it's a public play. I'm playing it.
You're sticking to it. I like it. I respect it. I got 2 more. I'm going to get Alex Sarr 10-plus rebounds tonight. Wizards taking on the Rockets. I thought about playing the line, but I'm not playing 16.5 because that's a massive line to play in favor of the Rockets, but I don't trust the Wizards enough to cover the 16.5. And that is why it led me to the Alex Sarr thing. General rule of thumb, if you think a basketball team is not very good, why are they not very good? They can't make a lot of shots. So I'm going to take the best rebounder to get over 10-plus rebounds. So Wizards can't make shots. Their best rebounder is very good at rebounding. I'm going to take him 10-plus. It's plus 240, which is kind of crazy. I mean, he's been a double-double machine this year for Washington, so I feel pretty good about that number. So I'm taking Alex Sarr on that. And then game of the night tonight, Chelsea, is Warriors and Spurs. This one's going to be, I think, awesome. It's like an 8-10 tip-off. I'm taking Victor Wembanyama over 40.5 points, rebounds, and assists. I get it at minus 110. I think he's going to have a really strong performance. I think he gets up to play Draymond Green. We know Draymond Green gets up to play him. I think Victor Wembanyama is going to get up to play Draymond Green. And earlier this week, he hit a game-winning dagger 3 at the top of the key. That doesn't even sound fair, honestly. But I'm riding Wemby, so I'm taking Wemby over 40.5 points, rebounds, assists.
Yeah, to be fair, I think he just stays up. He's like 7'5",
Yeah.
so I don't think he has to get up to play anybody.
There.
He just lives in the clouds. It's fine, but I think that there are a lot of people that complain about the NBA and they say, everybody's hurt and it's rigged. If you watch one player, watch Wemby. Like, it just feels like you're watching something that should not be on this planet. Like, there's a reason his nickname is the Alien. Just the handles of somebody that tall, because we'll see guys this tall in college basketball sometimes, and they don't even play that much because it just feels like they're not very coordinated. So then you go to the opposite end of the spectrum. You have Wemby, who literally has handles and shoots like KD. It's absolutely bananas.
It's insane. His coordination, because you're right. How many times, my favorite thing is like, so I used to ref basketball when I was in high school, and I'd ref like, 5th and 6th grade games. And there are some kids that are super tall for 5th and 6th grade, but they just have no control of their body, and they just look like Bambi out there. The fact that Wemby is just super, super silly at everything, and then also like 7'3", he's a literal cheat code.
Well, he also seems to have a good head on his shoulders, too. Like, he is spending his offseason, like, with the monks, and he's, like, doing all this, like, mental training. So it's like the perfect, recipe for somebody who feels like he is going to be a staple in the NBA for a long time. So I'm a big fan of Wemby. I will put it past him that he had that dust up with Britney Spears a while back. We don't hold that against you, King. Britney feels like she's a little volatile these days. All right, that's going to do it for us here on the Daily Tip. For me, for Den, for the entire crew, go out and have a great Wednesday, and best of luck with all your bets. We'll see you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we're back, like it or not, on this Wednesday morning. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, Nate Collins will be dropping by in 20 minutes. We moved the Heisman Watch from Tuesday to Wednesday since we were not on the air yesterday. We will have power rankings, NFL futures, awards. Was looking at those markets, Sam. There's a lot of interesting numbers that I want to talk about. Maybe a long shot or two that I want to bring up. Will Brinson will drop by. Our first look of the week at Survivor. I don't know if we're going to continue that. If you look around the landscape, there's like 5% left with those that started in week one. So maybe you're not talking to a lot of people, but we can do that in another production meeting on the air. How you doing this morning, Sam Panayotovich?
Well rested, as one would imagine, after doing 7 to 10 last night. Very well rested to do 9 to noon today. I was thinking about this as we asked Paul in our pre-show meeting that was very short. At one point, we have to power rank our favorite moments of the show. That has to happen at some point down the stretch as we play out the string. But you know what? I feel good this morning because Illinois basketball is unbelievably talented. Did you watch last night?
Of course I watched last night. I watched on the main TV. I didn't really watch multiple monitors. I was just watching one thing. I know a lot of big college hoops fans probably did last night, but we also have this challenge of, oh wait, I've got Fubo on this TV. I don't have Fubo on that TV, but at least the big games, at least in our world, were on FS1. So that was a good thing. Yeah, I watched the end of Wake, Michigan, that game going into overtime. So you didn't get the start of Illinois there. They pushed that to FS2. But I did watch Illinois, Texas Tech as well. It was cool. Good decision there by college basketball. I don't know if it was planned that way, but Veterans Day, you're not going against the NFL. There's no college football anywhere to be found. Let's make this a big night where we showcase a lot of our ranked teams. And that's what they did. A couple of big matchups, obviously Louisville, Kentucky, and Illinois, Texas Tech, another one of them. It's very different. Like, I think now schools are learning in college football that you've got to play these tougher non-conference games. And there are some that believe, let's just play cupcakes. But you know this as well as anybody. In college basketball, you've got to be tested. Everything goes down to those metrics, those numbers, and you've got to have some impressive games. It might decide things in the very end. You're seeding, whether or not you're in or not, and they won't remember how it really went down, but they'll look back and say, well, you know what? It looks like they did hang, I think, in this one game in November, and that could help you down the road.
You had 13 of the top 25 teams in the country playing last night. And honestly, I thought that was the story of the sports world last night. A lot of people will say the college football rankings, which I know we're going to talk about, but those rankings don't matter because the rankings are going to change for 6 more weeks, right? Well, maybe not 6, maybe it's 5 at this point. I don't really care. We're going to talk about them, and I have spreads for all the 4 first-round potential matchups. The NBA card was whack. Hockey is whatever. And, there's no NFL. You had so many good college basketball teams playing last night, and it is funny because a lot of people are like, oh, I'm not watching it until January or February. Okay, we'll watch it now, and we'll take notes, and we'll have an idea of who we want to bet in the conference tournaments and in the big dance. We're not studying and cramming for the test in March. We're watching and following. And I was really, really locked in last night. But YouTube TV pissed me off last night, man, because I'm trying to get a quad box going, and I was only presented with one option. They also wouldn't let me build a quad box off of college games, which I don't know why. So the only quad box...
So stupid.
Yeah. So the only quad box that they offered, and I'll go from top left and I'll go clockwise. Top left was Michigan, Wake Forest, leading into Illinois and Texas Tech. Fine. Top right was a hockey game, Toronto, Boston. Bottom right was the Celtics and Sixers. Okay, 3 for 3. And then they decided YouTube TV, Anderson Cooper, 360, bottom left. I'm like, yeah, of course. Because that completes my quad box. I need to have Anderson Cooper on my 4 screens. Thank you, YouTube TV. Great quad box.
So that's based on your viewing habits.
No, it's not.
A big CNN guy.
I knew you were going to say that, and it's not true. Fake news.
Why does it pop up? Okay, my proof here is that on my quad box, because what wife and daughter are watching will pop up as the 4th option for me. Yes, I had 3 sporting events, and I've got a bitch about something there too. My 4th option was Holiday Baking Championship. Whatever channel that's on, I know they've been watching it. I guess it's a series, whatever. I'm surprised Dancing with the Stars didn't pop up. Oh, wait, that's because Dancing with the Stars is on ABC. See, so now the moms and the daughters are getting pissed too. So I wonder if that pressure is going to help get us there. But yeah, no, it is based on your viewing habits. Otherwise, the Holiday Baking Championship would not be the 4th option for my quad box.
Did you apply your $20 credit yesterday?
I did apply the $20 credit. Here's what else also sucked. As if I couldn't get more upset with YouTube TV. So I tried this on all the TVs I have. I don't know what the issue was. If you see the preview of what was the NBA game on NBC, it was the Sixers and I'm blanking on the other team. It doesn't matter. Celtics. Okay. And there was like a little location thing in the bottom right corner of the preview. And I didn't know what that was about. Every time I tried to put NBC on one of my monitors, it was going to be like a second screen because college basketball had the main screen for me last night. It wouldn't go to it. It would say something. It couldn't pick up my location. No matter what I did, it couldn't pick up my location. So I couldn't watch that on YouTube TV last night if I wanted to. It's like, it's NBC. It's not even an ABC Disney thing. Now that's an issue with me. So I didn't even watch any NBA. But to your point about college basketball being the number 1 story, I agree with you. The college football rankings are fun to talk about. It leads to some fun conversations, and maybe we land on some bets we hadn't thought about previously. And for the most part, it means nothing. And I can't wait to talk about Miami because that means nothing, people. Don't worry about it. They're not getting in. But if you turn on ESPN, if you are able to watch it, it's like college basketball didn't exist. All they did, first 8 minutes, I had to look because I was just blown away. First 8 minutes of every sports center was NBA. No college basketball, no college football rankings, none of that. They're just all in. They think everybody's in on the NBA in November.
No, nobody
Ridiculous.
cares. Well,
I don't care.
Nobody. I don't either. I mean, you got guys already skipping games for load management, and even Luka, who's been unbelievable, has missed a handful of games. And you're like, oh, okay, well, the Lakers have played 10 games. He's played 6 games. Interesting to see if that kind of plays through. And there were some injuries that he was sort of working through, but nothing serious. Obviously, he's scoring almost 40 points a night, but these guys just don't play every night anymore. And I had this conversation the other day. A buddy of mine is going to be in Atlanta with his son, and the Lakers are coming into Los Angeles. Mm-hmm. Well, they play the night before. So he's like, do I even want to risk it? Do I want to buy tickets? Do I want to get the LeBron Luka tickets when they both might not play? These are what NBA fans are thinking about. When you're scheduling games, you have to look at the schedule. You have to look at how many games it is and how many nights. Do they play the night before? Do they play the night after? Which team is better? Because if you're playing the Pelicans on a Wednesday and the Thunder on a Thursday, your stars are going to play on Thursday, not on Wednesday. Although LeBron might miss the Thunder game because he's a coward. Anyways, I don't care about the NBA in November. I just don't. I was watching a ton of college. I was locked in. Gonzaga beat the absolute snot out of Creighton. That number moved from 9.5 to 12. Creighton was down 30 in the second half. And Illinois, let's put a ribbon on Illinois. They shot 7 of 22 from 3. That's not really a great night. I mean, it's 33%, give or take, but they shoot 7 of 22 from 3 and still score 81 points. Peja Stojakovic's kid has 23 and has the game-winning block at the end of the game. I was very excited. And then this morning I wake up and I'm like, damn it.
Push.
Seth Davis hoops. If Illinois ever gets fully healthy and in rhythm, their ceiling is the roof. Arguably the most talented roster in the country.
Here we go.
Yep.
That's not the guy you wanted doing that either.
Nope.
That's bad.
Now they'll lose in the second round to UC Santa Barbara. Can't wait.
I think, though, his job is to promote Illinois after last night because he was at the desk. So I think that's part of his job. I'm trying to make you feel a little bit better. So Joel Klatt ruined your football season, and Seth Davis is ruining your basketball season. Right? Is that what's happening here? Yes. You don't want to say that on the record. I hear you.
Illinois is loaded, though, offensively. Yeah. Ken Pom says they're a top 5 offense. Not that Ken Pom is the Bible, but he does study these advanced analytics and drive the numbers home. They've got so many weapons, and it's exciting for me because, as we've talked about, they have so many Serbians on the team. They have so many Serbians. Even my dad is texting me about Illinois.
I know.
Like, hey, Illinois is on the night.
Like, with every player, Dad, I'm like, I could barely pronounce his name. I could barely pronounce his name, and I'm an Ostrowski. It was making me laugh thinking about that as well. One thing that you missed by being on air is you missed the end of Wake in Michigan. Michigan survives at home in overtime. Benetti was on the call. Your guy. We got extra Benetti with overtime last night. So that was fun. And Louisville, Kentucky, the hatred is real. And they do this once a year. Louisville has the bragging rights right now over Kentucky. So that was fun to watch on a random Tuesday, early November, to see those two teams go at it. Two teams that we'll hear a lot from moving forward.
AJ DeBonsa, if you haven't heard that, he's the freshman on BYU. He's projected to be a number 1 pick. When we get to the NBA draft, there's a really good chance he goes number 1. he didn't even play well last night. And he still had 18 points, 7 boards, 2 assists, a steal, only 3 turnovers. This kid is a monster, Joe. And he's actually from the Boston area.
Mm-hmm.
By the end of the season, I think he's going to be averaging about 12. He is a freak. And you want to talk about, a 6'10", 230-pound monster. He's going to be the number one pick. And I saw a little bit of him last night in between all the things I was doing. He didn't even play well, 18-7. So why do we watch college basketball in November? For players like that and for games like we had last night.
Sammy P., you asked the question, is DePaul back? I answer you. Well, they lost to Buffalo as an 18.5-point favorite last night.
No. Dang, must have missed that one. It slipped through the cracks. I didn't see that one. Are you going to the game, by the way? Northwestern plays Michigan at Wrigley. Are you going? Football?
When?
Saturday.
They do?
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
Chicago's Big Ten team is going to paint the marquee purple and meow at everybody.
No, I'm not going. Why do they keep getting those games? Nobody cares about Northwestern. Nobody. So ridiculous. No, I'm not going. Not interested in going. We'll break it down a little bit more later on. The college football rankings, which means very little. What was top of mind to you? Was it Indiana staying at 2 after struggling throughout much of that game at Penn State, but pulling out the victory? Was there someone else down the board that stood out? What's your headline?
I think A&M is underslotted at 3. How do you have an
Mm-hmm.
SEC team that's won every single game and gone to Notre Dame and won? How are they 3? I think you can make a case for them being 1. Not that Ohio State doesn't deserve to be 1, but I think Texas A&M should be 1 or 2. And I know we won't get this matchup likely, but can you imagine if we get Oregon and Notre Dame in Eugene?
Yeah.
Where do you start that total? 60 what?
Mm-hmm. I don't think they want that. Because you look at that little triangle, the winner of that would face Ohio State. It's a great first-round matchup, and you want one of those, and you want a great atmosphere and all that. But do you want 2 of those 3 teams being eliminated in the first 2 rounds? I don't think you do. Because I think any of those teams could be in for a long run, and you look around, the rest of the bracket, you can't say the same. It's silly what's happening with Miami. It's so silly. To put them as 11, you're going to get the ACC champ in there somewhere. Miami's not going to be in the ACC championship game, and they're slotting them in at 11. They'll say numbers and all that. It's pretty silly. They're 15th overall. They're not going to be in the playoff. I don't know why they're playing this game, but that's what they're doing so far. We'll talk more about that coming up. Joe O, Sammy P. Nate Collins joins us next. We'll talk some NFL on the other side. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, every Wednesday, Nate Collins drops by at Big N98 over on social media. Greenlight Podcast, a BetMGM podcast as well. Nate, don't worry. We won't bring up any of the stuff we were talking about off air. We're good,
I might.
Oh, man.
Okay,
maybe. Man.
We'll see how long the segment goes. We'll see how we're feeling.
Yeah.
I guess I have to start off with the bad stuff. We always start off with the Jaguars for you.
Oh,
Travis
I had
Hunter,
a terrible weekend for all my teams, man. But the Jags, it is so disappointing to hear that Travis Hunter is out for the season. So for people who don't know, I used to play for the Jaguars, and the past few years, they do a great job with their alumni, and they invite us back to a game. And the game that I'm going to, and is this first weekend in December, them versus the Colts, which is going to be a big time game. But the fact that I'm not going to get to see Travis Hunter play in person, I've been a fan of his since college, so it's disappointing I'm not going to get to see him play this year. And my Jags, man, I'm excited about Jacoby Myers. I think a few more weeks of practice, I think he's going to obviously help our offense out tremendously. But our defense, without takeaways, we just look a little shaky. So hopefully we can go back to finding some way somehow to take the ball away more and give Trevor Lawrence a few extra possessions, because we're going to need it.
And now Houston's alive. There they are. They're down 29-10, and they're only one game under 500. Their season looked like it was over, and now maybe they have an outside shot at making the postseason. You said all your teams had a bad weekend, not Chicago. Caleb balled out again in the fourth quarter.
He don't care about the Bears.
Very, very true. Wow. No, I do care about the Don't do me like that, guys. Don't do me like that. We were just talking about Chandler Morris at UVA. So, everyone knows what happened there. I had high hopes. Still have high hopes. We control our destiny with that. But the Bears are playing amazing. And I said it, I think, a few weeks ago on this show that Caleb, he just has to do a little bit of growing up. But I think everyone is kind of overreacting. And it's one of those things where, when quarterbacks are picked as high as they are, there's a reason for it. And you don't always get paired up in the right situation as a quarterback with offensive coordinators or whatever it may be. So it might take you time to grasp and get into things the right way. But I just feel like Caleb now is kind of settling down. He's still some of the easier throws he's still having issues with, but I can't lie. He is electric to watch make some of these passes that I'm not going to say – I hate when people compare it quarterbacks, but the Mahomes type cross body throws and some of his – electricity with his feet, I think, is maybe surprising people. And I'm excited for the Bears, and I'm happy for them. And it's just a funny tale of two stories. I always say winning cures everything in the NFL. And it's just funny now seeing the locker room videos after the Bears, their sideline. Just if you go back to the games when they were losing or at the beginning of the season, it's just night and day, the reactions of everyone. And that's what winning does. And that's good for them. Hopefully they can keep it going.
Yeah, I don't remember Eberflus getting the locker room that hyped, where they were playing hard for Eberflus, to your point. Yep, no doubt about that. I don't think you claim the Giants. You claim the Bears, you claim the Jaguars, but the Giants, there's a lot going on, man. What did you think about the Daboll firing? So I guess the Bears got Daboll fired, if things come full circle. You've got that, and now they're saying, okay, if Dart is not good to go with the concussion, which makes sense, usually miss a week, then it's going to be Jameis Winston. It's not going to be Russell Wilson. And then they're going against the Packers, a team that we can get into as well.
I love it. I mean, I love it for my old East-West Shrine Game quarterback, Mike Kafka, stepping in. And it's one of those things where, hey, I feel like everyone isn't really on Russell Wilson's side right now, and him coming in the past couple of games, it hasn't really looked well for the offense. So I feel like why not throw Jameis in there? Jameis really hasn't been in there this year, so there's not a lot of tape on him. So maybe that's an advantage on the offensive side. And I just feel like with Jameis, you can probably, with a quarterback like Kafka and a play caller like Kafka, I feel like you probably can have everything open in the playbook with Jameis there, and hopefully they can get something going. It is a tough task against Green Bay, but maybe that's something I can see Giants maybe rallying and finding a way to cover the 7 points. I don't know about them winning this game, but I can see that defense can really heat up any game. And just the way Green Bay has been playing, I feel like they can maybe heat Jordan Love up and really control this game and not make it so much about the Giants offense, but more about how good the Giants defense is.
I remember watching Mike Kafka. I was 15. Our high school was playing at St. Rita, 77th and Western. He shredded us, man. He shredded us. And we're good. We've got the most state titles in the history of Illinois. We weren't good that day. He shredded us, bro. And you guys got to play together in the Shrine Bowl. That's awesome.
Amazing. I just remember him. I believe he was our starting quarterback. And I was just telling you guys before the show, the best thing is on the green light set, I have my college helmet. And during the All-Star game, it's like a thing. You give out your teammates your different decals from your school. So I gave guys out V-Sabers, and I have the Northwestern N on my helmet, and that was from Kafka. So I definitely remember that, and it's definitely cool to see him get an opportunity to get a shot like at coaching. I mean, you never know when your shot is going to come, like I think for a head coach wise in the NFL, and you never know if it's going to come this way, but this might be his only shot, or this might propel him to keep the job or find a head coaching job somewhere else. So I'm excited for him, and hopefully it goes well.
Yeah, we certainly see that in recent years. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, our weekly guest here. Nate Collins. Nate, don't want to pour salt on an open wound. You mentioned it was a rough weekend. Why don't you tell everybody what happened with your 225-1 parlay that you had live?
Wait, which one was it?
The one you tweeted on Sunday morning.
Oh my God. I totally forgot about this. What did I forget what I needed? Do you remember?
You had Jonathan Taylor 2+ touchdown hits. Yeah. Taylor 170+ rushing and receiving yards hits. Algier touchdown hits. We're 3 for 3. The fourth leg you need is Drake London. You needed 125+, and he was 21 receiving yards short. And I think he exited at one point in the game, right?
And the game went into overtime. And I found out in real time, which I don't understand. So 2-point conversions is just no stats. It's just no stats at all. It's no stats. I wanted those 2 yards for Drake London. He caught that pass. Why can't he get it? Didn't hit, but why doesn't he get those 2 yards? And I don't understand it. But I watched that game, and I've never hoped for an overtime so bad in a game just to get some extra possessions. And then the way that overtime went, I thought it was dead, and we come back from the commercial, and they said they did something. That's the game they did something wrong with the coin toss or whatever it was?
That was the 10-second runoff. Was there going to be 1 second? There was a lot of confusing things going on that international game.
But in the overtime, I was like, it's dead, and then they get the ball, and it's not dead. I'm like, for sure they're going to keep just going to Drake London, and then they didn't. And, man, $2.50 to turn into $1,000 the start of a Sunday would have been amazing, guys. Would have been amazing, but got another chance in a few days.
Back on the horse. That's the way it goes.
Which parlay?
I want to bet Denver so bad. I want to take 4 so bad, but I know they're going to lose. I know Bo Nix stinks, and Andy Reid is off the bye. I don't know if there's a question there. I just know I want to bet Denver, and it's not going to cover at +4.
Man, why? Oh, man. I just feel like everyone is just so sure about Kansas City, and we're so sure about Baltimore, even though they're both having a down year. And I feel like everyone talks about them kind of the same. And I hear you, but I don't know. Like, I just feel like Kansas City is still like a little shaky to me. Like, I feel like they're a little shaky to me. And overall, I do like the Broncos. And yeah, Bo Nix maybe isn't the best right now, but he's shown us he could be good. And I feel like he's probably a guy that's he's gonna play up to this game. I think he kind of like sometimes they play down to their competition, but I also feel like Sean Payton's going to have them ready and is going to have a game plan for Bo Nix so that at the end of this game, at the very least, people aren't saying what you're saying, that he stinks and he's not good. I think Sean Payton, he definitely pays attention, and he doesn't want to look like his quarterback is a reflection of him and his play calling a little bit. So I think he wants to look good on this big stage playing against Andy Reid. So I think it will be a good game, and 4 is tough. Maybe tease it up a little bit to 5 or 6, make you feel a little bit better.
Maybe. I'll bet it, and it's going to lose.
Yeah.
Joe, I'm going to take the 4. I'm going to take 4, and they're not going to cover.
I'm with you. I have the same thought process on the game. I want to take Denver. I just don't know that I'm going to be able to take Denver. But now, yeah, it's going to be at 4. It's going to probably keep climbing. We'll see. What about – okay, so if I look at these recent prime time games, it's been ugly, man. We had, 10-7 on Thursday, 10-7 on Monday. So your team – your new team is playing tomorrow, New England. I still can't believe the Jets won that game. 54 passing yards from Fields, and they end up winning their second game in a row. The number's up to 13. Patriots favored by 13. What do you think?
Drake May, baby. Drake May. Yeah. Drake May. I think I said it on the Green Light Show. I just feel like the New England Patriots, everyone in that building is on the same page. I think Vrabel has every single person, and I talked about this on the show. I've been a Stephon Diggs fan for a long time, and he's a diva. The way Vrabel has coached him up and the way he has changed in that locker room to help out the younger guys, and he still has a role. He's still involved. Maybe he's not putting up all the stats, but he's an intricate part of that offense, and he scores for them. He makes big-time plays. I just feel like the Patriots just all around, they're on the same page. And then their defense, like the number one run stop defense, and as an ex-D lineman, being in a defensive room, your first priority for any defense is to stop the run. And they're doing that week by week. And just with an offense that is going to put points up, you're scoring touchdowns or kicking field goals. You're not punting a lot. It's one of those things. If you can knock out the run and get those pass rushers and blitzes and open up your defense, it just makes everything. And they're just playing complementary football. And it's hard to see them losing like any of these games. And Thursday night is tricky because it's a short week, but I think Vrabel's going to have those guys ready. And the Jets, yeah, they had a nice little spark last week, but even though it's a divisional game, I feel like it might be exciting, but Patriots probably boat race them.
I could see it. I'm out of questions, but I wanted to do you a solid. I was motoring around Costco the other day, right?
Yes.
And I thought you would appreciate these, the caramel s'mores. Have you had these yet?
No, I haven't.
Next time you get the munchies, the caramel s'mores are unbelievable. You go to Costco, get these. They say the serving size is 1. I had about 5 last night.
Oh,
Nate, these have your name written all over them. Oh, you got to. The caramel s'mores.
That's so funny you say that, because my niece, she's a first-time Girl Scout, and she just hit me up yesterday, and I had to put in a big order of cookies that are going to be coming in a few weeks.
Tag along?
You already know. Tim Mitch. They're all new names now. Like
I
all the
know.
old stuff. I like the Samoas, and they're like, "What's Samoas?" And I was like, "What?" I was like,
Coconut.
"Have I not bought cookies?" And they're all different names, but they're all good. This time of year is kind of crazy. I gotta pick up my gym regimen because there's gonna be a lot of snacks these holiday season.
Nate, this time of year,
Layers.
this time of year, you like
Yep.
if you don't watch a show for like 2 months, you turn it on. It's just Joe and Sam being super puffy. every year. Every year around this
Snacks.
time.
Snack time, man.
So good.
Oh man.
All right, Nate, we'll check in with you next week. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks, guys.
Nate Collins with the Green Light Podcast. Make sure you check them out over there. Good stuff. How about our Heisman Watch? We give you an update there next. Joe O. Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Man, sometimes you want the off-air show to be on the air. I say at this point, who the hell cares? But maybe another time, maybe we'll file that conversation coming up. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. Thanks for hanging out. We're here weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon. We thank Kate Constable, Jay Kassan for filling in for us yesterday on the company holiday, but we're here back for the rest of the week. And since we were gone yesterday, Sam, we didn't get to do our weekly Heisman watch, but we'll just delay it by a day and take a look there. At the top of the odds boards over at BetMGM, we'll use those numbers for this conversation. Plus 160, Julian saying remains the favorite. So Gus was saying in the moment that Mendoza had his Heisman moment. Just give him the Heisman is what he was screaming. Mendoza is the second favorite at BetMGM, plus 175. Then we get a gap. So it's saying 160, Mendoza 175, very close. Third favorite, Ty Simpson, plus 550. Marcel Reed, plus 750. Then a significant drop off into the 25-30 range with Jeremiah Smith, Diego Pavia, and Gunnar Stockton. All right, where does this conversation start, Sam? Saying Mendoza 1-2, the two top teams in the Big Ten. Likely the two teams are going to meet in the Big Ten championship. These quarterbacks will face off at some point.
I don't think Fernando Mendoza is the best player in college football. I don't even think it's close. But we are now driving home a narrative that Indiana has been elevated and kept at that level or raised to another level. Like last year, Mendoza's not there. It's Curtis Rourke, the former Ohio quarterback who transferred in and got Indiana into the playoff. And then everybody expected all summer that Indiana would take a step back, right? Well, they got a better quarterback now, and that's Mendoza. He's a good quarterback. I don't think he's great. He's playing in a very good system with an awesome offensive line, great receivers, and a solid running game. Was he the Heisman for 3.5 quarters against Penn State? By the way, Indiana was a 15-point favorite on the road. 15. And they squeak out a win. They stay undefeated. Number 2 team in the rankings. All that's fine and dandy, but he wasn't good. He was great late in that final drive. He was unbelievable. But for 3 quarters, he was blech. And I don't think there's a superstar player this year. I mean, are any of these guys like putting up crazy numbers? No. Saying at Ohio State has better numbers technically. And then you look and he's got 3 NFL receivers. And then you got Simpson, whose numbers aren't as good as Sayan's, but he's playing a tougher schedule. So I think you could give it to any of the 3. I would not bet either of the guys at plus 160, plus 175. No, not happening. Simpson's like 556 to 1. I have Simpson, full disclosure, at 20. I know Paul has some Simpson too, and he added on. If I didn't have a bet, I would bet Simpson. I just don't understand this infatuation for Fernando Mendoza. He's good. I just don't think he's Heisman good. And I could be very wrong there. I just feel like they're giving it more to the team and the situation than the player.
I think they also love the fact, the media, the voters, that he's good with the media, that he's really good on a mic. I'd seen that multiple times, and I was walked away thinking, oh, man, the media really is going to want to give it to him. They're really going to want to give him that award. And the TV coverage has been pushing. No matter what network he's playing on, they are pushing Mendoza for Heisman. They really are. It'd be great for Indiana football. To your point about the strength of the quarterback position this year, I want to read you this tweet because I thought it was pretty interesting. And it's something we all know, but it puts it to numbers, which kind of hammers home the point. A good college football follow is the Tailgate Tent, and he follows Heisman year after year, does a good job with it, has hit some big numbers in the past. Fact of the matter is no QB is anywhere near Heisman pace this year. The last 7 Heisman quarterback winners average 365 yards per game, 3.8 touchdowns per game. Okay? Last 7 winners, 365 yards per game, 3.8 touchdowns per game. And then he breaks down the guys at the top this year. Sayan, 279 yards, 2.7 touchdowns. Simpsons, 283 yards, 2.6 touchdowns. Mendoza, 258 yards, 3.1 touchdowns. Stockton, 262 yards, 2.4 touchdowns. We're talking about all these guys being a full touchdown off of the pace of what a normal Heisman quarterback is, but there's nobody saying it's going to be anybody but a quarterback. But do we have that other player? Maybe this is when people are screaming, Love, it's Love. I don't know. The problem is they're not playing anybody, Notre Dame, down the final stretch. I don't know that it's going to be Love, and I'm not hearing people give Love any love for the Heisman reward. I think he's 40-1. That's the best number that you can find. So given the games that they have left, no conference championship, I don't think it's going to be Love. So it's just going to be, I don't want to say mediocre. It's just going to be one of these quarterbacks that are meh, that wins.
And we remember the list in the summer. The guys at the top: Arch Manning, Cade Klubnik, Garrett Nussmeier, Lenora Sellers. Right? So none of the guys that we thought, not you and I, but everybody thought. I mean, those were 4 of the top 5 names on every sports book's list. Arch Manning was 5-1 in August going into September. And, you know, I think we were so convinced that because it wasn't a quarterback last year, it'll have to be a quarterback this year. I don't know, though, man. If I needed a game-winning drive, let's just put it this way. Paul, can we play 3-2-1 here? Get in here, Paul.
3-2-1.
If you have the ball down 4 and you're facing, let's give a decent defense out there, Ohio State, right? Well, I guess you can't take Sayin then. But let's pretend Sayin's on a different team. Sayin's on a different team, Simpson, Mendoza. You need a touchdown against Ohio State. Who do you want? Can we 3-2-1 it?
3, 2, 1.
Simpson.
Yeah, Simpson. I did think about Mendoza, though. I was thinking about Mendoza, and that's recency bias because of what we just saw. But I know he did struggle most of that game.
He also, I mean, look, the kid made a hell of a catch in the back of the end zone. And
I know. How many receivers are making that catch?
He missed a wide open guy like 2 or 3 plays before. You know, I don't know. Yeah. Also, do you have to consider Marcel Reed? Like, I'm thinking of the Notre Dame comeback where he made those plays at the end. That's when you do the 3-2-1 for this question. I think he's number 2 for me.
They have to win the SEC championship, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying for Sam's question. Yeah, 100%.
Sure. Yeah, I was just taking the top 3 favorites, but I don't think there's this narrative now that whoever wins the Big Ten title game, that quarterback is going to win the Heisman. I disagree. What if Simpson and Reed play in a 35-34 shootout?
Yeah.
The winner of that game might be the Heisman Trophy winner. None of these guys are decided like runaways. I mean, you got 3 guys at 550 or less, so the books don't know.
Are we sure that the voters aren't going to come to this realization in the next month and say, you know what? None of these guys are great. Let's give it to the best receiver or running back.
The problem with Love is that he sort of shares the backfield with Price. And right. I don't know that there's this infatuation for Marcus Freeman to force feed Love to win a trophy. I think they're all about getting into the playoff and trying to win a championship, where it does feel like Cignetti is trying to get Mendoza the Heisman. That's why they keep running up the score against bad teams. But then you play a decent team and the game's close. Like, I honestly, guys, I don't care what Indiana does against UCLA and Michigan State. Like, those are not Heisman games to me. Well, what's the counter? Well, he just had a game-winning touchdown against Penn State in Happy Valley. I guess he's got the most moments, going to Oregon and then beating Penn State, but total body of work, it's not that much ahead of everybody else.
And for the Simpson case, it's good it happened this past week. Now we still got some runway for Simpson to catch up. I mean, if he does that in 2 weeks, it's probably ball game. Like, it's great for his case that he has that Heisman moment. I feel like to Sam's point, there might be an opportunity now that he's got a couple cupcakes and Simpson can put some more highlight reels and moments on tape.
I think you guys are right in saying that Simpson is the bet if you're making a bet today. And I'm looking at where we're going to be in a few weeks from now. I don't expect Simpson to be plus 550, and I don't expect these guys to be 160 and 175 at the top. The reason being is what is going to get you excited. So saying moving forward, UCLA, Rutgers, and the game is a bet against a bad Michigan team, right? Indiana has Wisconsin, a bye, and then Purdue. So no matter what those two guys do in the next few weeks, there should be no excitement. However, with Alabama, look at this week. All right, we've got Oklahoma. Yep. All right, so I think there's going to be that number is going to shorten. If you're looking for a price, I think Simpson, you guys are on it plus 550. The Reed thing is insane. Just everything that could go Texas A&M's way schedule-wise has. They're literally missing everybody. They're missing all of the top teams. It's amazing in the SEC.
Need Arch.
He's not even in the straw poll. He's not even there. So the Athletic does the straw poll. Mendoza 68 points, Sayin 27, Simpson 17, Love 15, Pavia 13, Jeremiah Smith 6. Marcel Reed is not even in the picture with the Athletic straw poll.
That's
so
wild.
I guess the voters just don't see it that way. But I don't think Mendoza's 41 points in a poll better than Julian Sayin and 51 points better than Simpson. To me, that just doesn't feel right.
The On3 poll, Mendoza, Simpson, Sayin. RG3, Simpson 4, Sayin 3, Mendoza 2. Number 1, Jacob Rodriguez, linebacker, Texas Tech.
Oh, shut the hell up.
Not listed for an odds. I couldn't find a number. Jacob Rodriguez. All right, power rankings next. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. is on the table on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you every Wednesday. We do power rankings, our top 5 NFL teams. That's where we're going this week. I think it's a good week to go back to this because I don't think there's a solid top 5 out there. You could throw 6, 7. It's like, Sam, I'm looking at them like, I don't know, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like they're all the same. That's kind of what we're seeing right now in the National Football League. And if you look at the Super Bowl odds, oh, look, Kansas City's still number 1 somehow. That will probably change one way or another. Well, depends how things go against Denver. But a lot of these top teams are matching up this weekend, which makes it fun to take a look right now and see where they all stand as far as our top teams compared to Super Bowl odds and some of the other rankings that are out there. Coming up in 20 minutes, we'll do some look at futures. I've got a bunch of teams that I want to discuss there. Also, player awards later on in the hour. Sam, why don't you start us off? Let's power rank your top 5 teams in the NFL, starting with 5.
So I decided this version, I'm not doing best stories or best records. I'm doing my ratings. 5 best teams. If we're playing these games on a neutral field, which teams have the highest power rating? I did put New England honorable mention. They did not make the top 5, but they are climbing. It's very tough when you get through the top 5. Where do you put Green Bay? Where's Baltimore? Where's Denver? Where's Philly? Where are the Patriots? Where are the Colts? These are all teams I just don't really know where to slot right now, and I honestly think I have the Eagles a little bit too low. But this is the list I have, 5-1. Online 5, they are still favored over every team in the AFC that is not named Kansas City. Do I have my concerns about their D-line? Of course. But if they get their you-know-what together and they play their A game, they're still good enough to make a playoff run. And I do think, Joe, there's a really good chance that we get to the AFC Championship and it's the 5-seed Kansas City Chiefs against the 7-seed Buffalo Bills, given just the rest of the teams in the AFC I don't believe in. So I'm going to go Buffalo with Josh Allen on line number 5. They play to a high power rating. Yes, I watched the game on Sunday, but are you really going to put Denver over them? Are you really going to put Indy over them? New England over them? I'm just not there yet. I'm not there yet. So I put Buffalo on 5. People aren't going to like it. Too bad. It's my list, number 1. And number 2, they still have a high power rating. They still do. Number 4, this is where things get tricky. I put Seattle. Getting healthy finally in the defensive secondary. This is a team that has a chance to be the number 1 seed in the NFC. If they beat the Rams this week, we're going to be talking about an 8-2 Seattle team with an MVP caliber quarterback in Sam Darnold. He's not going to win it, but he's 10-1. He was 100-1 in the summer. I think this coach, Mike McDonald, has been unbelievable for them. All they do is make tackles and make plays on that side of the ball. Schematically, they are so sound, and they start getting guys back on defense now, the defense will only get better. Only one team in the NFC has allowed less points, and that's the LA Rams. And this team hasn't really been healthy yet as a whole. Not that most teams are healthy in week 9 or 10 or 11, but I think Seattle's been an impressive story. The receivers are awesome. JSN could be the OPOY, could be. And Darnold's playing at a really high level. Number 3, I still think Detroit's awesome. And I still think they're a force in the postseason. Now, they do need a lot of things to break their way. Ideally, they like to play a lot of those games at home because this team is catered to play in the dome on the fast track. And I don't like Jared Goff potentially going outside. Like Goff going to Seattle in the winter, not going to be fun. And I would not probably make that bet on an island in a one-on-one game. But the offense is loaded. The line is great. Defensively up front, they've got Hutch. Those guys are getting into the groove. And I do think Dan Campbell is pushing a lot of the right buttons this year. The team plays hard. The team believes they can win. And look, a lot of teams lose in this league. Bills lost to Miami. Lions lost to the Vikings, right? It just happens. In the postseason, I trust the Lions. I didn't do it last year, but I do this year. Number 2, I can't put a 5-4 team number 1. I just can't. Kansas City. Put them on line number 2. Now, their schedule gets so easy. Let's assume that they win this game against Denver on Sunday as a 4-point favorite. Then they're 6-4, and then look at the schedule. I mean, they could rip off 5 out of 6, and we could be looking up, and it's like, oh, there's the Chiefs, number 1 seed. Not impossible that they win, beat Denver, knock them down a peg, win a division for the 8th time in a row with Mahomes, and then coast into another AFC championship. High power rating, healthy offense. I'm worried about the pass rush. I think that's their biggest issue right now, getting to the quarterback, and we'll see how that plays out in the postseason. But the secondary is really good. You have Reed and Spags. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in football. So, yeah, let's put Kansas City on line 2. And then number 1 right now, as of late, I've got this team power rated number 1. Their ability to gang tackle the football, get to the quarterback, pressure the pocket on defense. You would never think that this team lost a guy like Aaron Donald last year. You would never think it. A team loses a guy like Aaron Donald, it takes years to recover. Not the LA Rams. Their defense is somehow better than it was last year and better than it was the year before when they had Aaron Donald. Make that make sense. They're just very good. They draft well. They develop well. Extremely well coached on that side of the ball. And then you've got McVay and Stafford. Let's give the O-line some credit, too. Stafford's not getting touched. Now, I think there's a directive there to get the ball out quick because we know about the back. We talked about it all summer. Hasn't even been an issue, Joe, in the regular season. Haven't even talked about Matthew Stafford's back since the season started. Now, you hope that that stays true, and you hope that they can keep him upright. But with those receivers and those running backs and that quarterback, the protection, the schematics, getting the ball to the guys that count, and letting them do their thing, this team is so well coached, and I have the LA Rams right now as the number 1 team in the NFL.
How close are you to put the Colts in?
Not
at all.
Mm-mm.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The international game, was that a good thing or a bad thing? Yes, they won, but they needed a lot of things to go their way in the end, and it does get home. All right, very good. I'm going with I'm going to start at number 5, and that's where I'm going to put Indy. Last time we did this, I did not put Indy in my top 5. I have them just barely getting in. What Jonathan Taylor is doing, carrying that team right now. We have seen not the great Daniel Jones, but that was a week or so ago, and I think a lot of people are still holding that against him and thinking that's what we're going to see more of in the second half. Questions about the defense, but that's why they went out and added Sauce Gardner. And I think in the second half, you're going to get a Sauce Gardner closer to the elite level, that kind of a player. And this offense is right near the top. So I'm going to put the Colts in my top 5. Colts are number 5 overall. Number 4, a team that I did not see on your list. And maybe it's recency bias, but it's a decent sample. We shouldn't judge the Ravens based on what they did with or without Lamar. And early on, remember, the defense was injured when they were getting gashed consistently. First 5 games of the year, they're giving up 35 points per game. That's not who the Baltimore Ravens are, and they weren't turning the ball over on that side of the ball. Has anybody noticed in the last 4 games, they're giving up 11 points per game? This is much closer to the Ravens team that we were expecting coming into the season. The Ravens, even though they're on the outside looking in the playoff right now, I've got them number 4 as far as my power rankings. Number 3, that's where I put Kansas City. I know the 4 losses. A lot of people say you can't put them in your top 5. Sam, you don't buy that. And you look at the Super Bowl odds, they're still the favorite. I'm putting them at number 3. Sam has them at number 2. Number 2 is your number 1. I'm going with the LA Rams. And these teams at the very top, what you're going to notice is that they are extremely balanced, both offense and defense. They're among the top 10, and there's not a lot of teams that are better. Not one glaring weakness on the team, even though, Seattle, LA Rams each have 2 losses. Double that up for Kansas City, but let's see what they end up with at the end of the year. So I put the Rams at number 2. Stafford is on a tear. They haven't played tough teams lately, but we know how good the Rams are. And number 1, I know this is insane. It's insane because you would never thought this would be the case coming into the season. What do the Seahawks do poorly? What is their weakness? And it's week after week, as the sample gets larger and larger, they find ways to impress even more. They look unbeatable when they're playing on the road. They've been the best road team in the NFL. Oh, well, they're not as good at home. What'd they do this past week at home? It was over. Their last couple of games have been over in the second quarter, and it wasn't even a conversation. That's how dominant Seattle is. Number 1 DVOA, number 1 net yards per play, number 2 point differential in the league. Now Darnold's an MVP conversation, as he should be. So I'm going Seattle 1. Seattle 1, LA Rams 2, KC 3, Baltimore 4, Indy 5. I didn't get Detroit in there. I have some questions about them moving forward, but we'll see. But they were very close. If there was a 6, I'd put Detroit in there.
Seattle, the team that got away from Bet Sweats.
You know what's so sick? Now I'm at a point every week that if I'm not betting on them, I want them to lose, and they won't lose. And it's over in the first quarter. Do you find yourself rooting against them just for peace of mind?
Not really.
I am. I'm a hater, though. I hate people. I hate teams. But they're my one. I think they're the best team.
Of all the bets we've made over the years together, of all the dumb things we've done,
they're going to win the Super Bowl.
We could not get there on Seattle at 30-1 to win the NFC. The one that got away for sure.
And we didn't have a reason. We both loved them. Just didn't make the bet. No reason.
I wrote it in red Sharpie. Seattle. You said
what'd you do
Seattle
with that poster?
Is dangerous. It's gone. I don't know where it's at. It's gone.
You shredded it. Maybe a couple weeks ago.
I don't know. No, I don't know. Like, maybe I just picked it up drunk one day and threw it out. That's probably what happened. I don't know where it's at. I mean, that's very likely. Actually, I probably came home from the bar, saw the Seattle post it, looked at my 49ers NFC ticket. Yeah, I'm like, well, let me see my bets. Let me see my futures. Oh, Toledo over and San Francisco to win the NFC. And I probably just crumbled it up and ate it. That's probably what happened.
Probably. Where do you have Baltimore?
7.
Are they close?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, pretty close.
Big time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Patriots 6, Ravens 7, Eagles 8.
You really think Kansas City's? Do you have them highest in the AFC? I forgot now at the top. You have
I've got
Rams
them 2
1?
overall. Yeah. Rams 1, Chiefs 2.
Yeah. Sunday's going to be so interesting. We'll talk about this with futures and the AFC West numbers, but I can't wait for that game. Among all of these games, that's the one I can't wait for. And the number is going to be hanging in the balance in the last minute of the game. It's going to be, are they going to win and cover, or are we going to have a surprise? I could see anything happening in the game. But just perfect NFL would be the Denver team that we saw last Thursday. They come out, and then they beat the Chiefs the following game.
Are we going to be heads up on Sunday? Am I laying the 3 with the Rams? Actually, I can lay 2.5 now at a couple places. Am I going to lay 2.5 and you're going to take 3 on Seattle?
I'm getting 3.
Yeah, you can get 3 right now. BetMGM's got 3 minus 110.
Yeah, probably. But look, I put these two teams as 1 and 2. But yeah, I'm going to be on Seattle at 3.
Yeah, I think I'm going to lay 2.5. We rarely fight. Mm-hmm. Mom and Dad rarely fight, and I feel like we're going to be fighting about this one Sunday.
Yep. Yeah. It's just, it's 3 everywhere. It was 2.5 the other day. See any 2.5s out there right now? Or you're expecting that to get
Green
there?
Book has 2.5 minus 120.
Okay. That's the only one, huh?
Looks like it. I thought that was a 2.5, but that just moved to 3 as well. So, yeah, we're 3 basically everywhere.
Wow. Okay. I think that'll come down a little bit. I think there'll be a lot of Seattle. Unless the room is there, we won't be fighting. If the room is on Seattle plus 3, I'll be long gone.
Yeah, the room isn't as bad as
but a public dog
college,
one.
Though. A public dog Seattle. But again, just because Seattle loses at the Rams doesn't mean that they're not a legit team. We've talked about their DVOA. Aaron Schatz brought it up the other day on Gill's show. They have the fourth highest DVA through 10 weeks of all time.
I can't believe it. It's unbelievable.
Right. And Minnesota let Darnold walk to let JJ McCarthy fly.
He ain't flying.
No.
He's like flailing. He just got stepped on the street. Yeah, it's not looking good. All right, NFL futures. We'll talk about some of those divisions that we just mentioned, NFC West, AFC West in particular. Also awards later on this hour right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P. Yeah, we'll have to get to Stephen A. Smith, Michelle Beadle coming up. That was unbelievable. You've got to hear this, Sam. Also, how about it? We were talking off air about high school ball. See who your school's playing this week?
Lincoln Way East.
Oh, we need a number. We got to make a number on the game, I think. I believe that one's Friday. I think it's scheduled for Friday.
No, Saturday at 4 o'clock. I'm locked in.
Is it?
So I've been
It's at your
texting
place,
with Coach
right?
Lynch. Yeah. And he said that this is the best quarterback they prepared for since he's been there.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jonas is good. But a year ago he was locked in with Lanning. He was going to go to Oregon, and he made a change. Now he's locked in with Lincoln Riley. Now he's going to USC. That's the plan right now. So that's how good he's been. Like, since he's been a freshman, these big schools in the country have been trying to get him to their school. So right now he's going to USC. So yeah, I certainly believe what he's saying about the quarterback. And he missed a game or two. I think it was an ankle injury. Different team. They sucked. Lincoln Way East, totally different team. It's all about the quarterback.
So funny story about that, and I feel fine telling this story because it's what happened. So my buddy, I will not name who he was, or who he is rather, he watched a lot of the film, and Jonas Williams is a very light-skinned black kid who plays quarterback at Lincoln Way East. And I was like, well, tell me about him. He's like, man, he's a white kid with a big arm. And I was like, yeah. So I Googled his name.
No, he didn't.
Joe, I Googled Jonas Williams about 3 months ago when the season started. And Jonas Williams literally has an afro.
Yes. Yes.
Well, he told me he was white. He's like, he's white. And I'm like, Jonas Williams is white? And he's like, yeah, bro, he's unbelievable. You got to see his highlights. I looked at his headshot, his Lincoln Way East headshot. I'm like, he is not white. That is not a white quarterback.
No, he's not.
Not even close. Nope.
Big arm is right. When he first got there, like, he's so good. He's got such a big arm. They couldn't figure out which receivers could catch his balls. Like, he's that good. Like, when you see him on the field, even at Lincoln Way East, which is a very good football school. So yeah, that's cool. That they're going to be facing off. See, because he got injured, so that's why they fell in the seedings. I know people don't care, but Sam's school is number 1, Mount Carmel, and so they're going to meet up this weekend, which is fairly early when it comes to the playoffs. So the point is, we got to have some sort of a bet. We got to come up with some sort of a number before we get to this game on Saturday afternoon. I know if you were in town, you'd be going.
I'd go for sure. I have not been to the new stadium yet. And for those that are outside the Chicagoland bubble, Jordan Lynch is the head coach at Mount Carmel. He was the kid at Northern back in the day that made the room for the Heisman Trophy. He made it to New York. Yes. He was awesome that year. Remember when he scored that touchdown against Army and saluted the students section?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So now he's coaching at Carmel, and they are going for state title number 4 in a row. But this kid Williams, by all accounts, is just unbelievable. And you've probably seen a lot more than I have. But I don't know that I have a number. I don't know that we'll get a number on the high school game, but assuredly we'll have a bet on the game between Mount Carmel and Lincoln Way East.
I can watch this on YouTube TV. How about that? It'll be on WCIU. So,
good. I can't wait.
I can watch that one at least. All right, let's talk about some NFL futures. We just power rated the top teams in the NFL. Just to update things as far as Super Bowl odds, it goes Kansas City 6, LA Rams 7, Eagles 8, Detroit plus 850, Buffalo and Seattle 10-1, Indy 11-1. They have no idea. They're all bunched up. Between 6 and 11, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams between 6-1 and 11-1 to win the Super Bowl.
You see where Jacksonville's at? They just don't believe. I mean, there are so many teams because you look at the playoff picture, and Jacksonville, if the season were to end right now, is in. So they should have a pretty decent price considering the fact that they're in. And, they're probably 50-50 to make the playoffs, I would say at this point. I didn't look at the price on Jacksonville to make the playoffs. I'm going to pull that up right now. Minus 200, no. So not a coin flip. But, I mean, not a decided underdog, plus 140 to make the playoffs. Anyways, the price on Jacksonville is 50-1 or higher to win the AFC. And there's a lot of teams that you can just tell the books don't believe in to win this conference. I mean, that's why you have Kansas City and Buffalo on top of the list. So, I've been joking for a couple days now about Jim Nantz bringing the broadcast in Championship Sunday, the Chiefs, the Bills, the 5 against the 7, why not? Why can't it happen? If they're both in, they're both dangerous. Can they both get in, though? I think the answer is obviously yes. They're both massive favorites to make it. But, man, it's hard for me to believe that Bo Nix can go on a playoff run, that Daniel Jones can go on a playoff run. Maybe the Patriots can. Maybe. But the more you think about it and the more you close your eyes and think about who's going to make it to the AFC Championship, we know the drill. Of the 4 teams, it's always 4 teams that have really good quarterbacks. Always. Mm-hmm. So, okay, in the AFC, that's Mahomes and May, Mahomes and Allen, Mahomes and Lamar, question mark, maybe? Who else? Which other quarterback do you trust in the AFC to make a run?
What if Burrow comes back?
Come on.
They opened up the 21-day window. They opened up the 21-day window. Well, that's the conversation you have first. Bengals are 14-1 for the playoffs. They're 20-1 for the division. I bring this up because, okay, let's look at the division first. They are 1 game back in the loss column from Baltimore. Who's the favorite? Minus 275. They're 1 game back. And they haven't played the Ravens. They play Baltimore twice. I know what the numbers are saying. The numbers are saying, no, the Bengals, they're not making the playoffs. They're not winning the division. They've lost 6 of 7, but this is how we get here with this number. They're only 1 game back in the loss column. So what if Burrow does return soon? Okay, let's play this out. Can they beat Pittsburgh? Not can they. We know they can. Anything can happen in the NFL. Will they beat Pittsburgh with Flacco under center coming off the bye this week? I think there's a good chance that they do. Okay.
Really? I could take 5.5. I mean, different conversation, but I could definitely get behind taking the Bengals plus 5.5 at Pittsburgh.
I don't understand that number at all. New England's going to be a lot tougher, obviously. God, you think about Drake May going against this Bengals defense. Oh, they should light them up. And then there's the Thanksgiving. The first Baltimore game is Thanksgiving. Could that be a Burrow return? If they're still alive?
Are you really going to bet it? Are you betting them to make the playoffs?
I'm thinking that if you're going to bet for them to, I would just do division because you're getting a better number, and the only way they make the playoffs is they win the division. So I would just do division. At least that's where I'm coming from. Look, I think this is, if you're going to do it, this is the time because they have to beat Pittsburgh. If they lose to Pittsburgh, it's over. Maybe Burrow doesn't even return because then they probably lose to New England too. And now you have 8 losses. Then you have to win out just to go 9-8. Like, nah, it ain't going to happen. I wouldn't even bring Burrow back. But I think the door is open if they win at Pittsburgh. That number's too big. Way too big. 5.5.
I'm a dog player in the NFL, and I just, as you were talking, I just added Bengals plus 5.5 to my list. Everybody's got a list that has to get finalized by Thursday or Friday. I've got a list, and Pittsburgh's on my list to fade. So I just typed out Bengals plus 5.5. I mean, their defense is not good. We know that. But Aaron Rodgers low-key stinks. Yes. What is going on there? And what's with the wedding ring? Can we talk about the wedding ring? Where's the wife at? I need to see the wife.
So I didn't even know any of this stuff that you guys were talking about, and I just Google Aaron Rodgers' wife, and there's all these stories. So his teammates' wives want to meet Aaron Rodgers' wife, right? That's what that's about.
Yes. They want to get to know her.
I do kind of let's say he has a wife, okay? If he has a wife, I don't think it's out of bounds that he doesn't want to make her public and throw all that out there. But the question is, does he have a wife? What do you think?
Minus 110 each way. I'd make the number.
It's a coin toss.
Oh, it's worse than a coin toss.
What's the number,
Really?
Paul?
He's wearing a ring without a wife. You think that's the favorite? No wife?
I'm just, in classic Aaron fashion, I'm just asking questions. I'm just questioning things. I'm a deep thinker on these sorts of things. I'm just questioning things. I think it's possible that this number on the no could be like minus 250, but I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions.
I thought minus 110 each way was unfair. Minus 250?
I've seen, it's one thing if we're like, okay, not public, whatever. Like teammates' wives want to meet her, meaning she hasn't been to a game. Like that's not making her public.
do you know
what evidence
JLC
is for the yes?
Do you know what JLC calls Aaron Rodgers?
Don't.
No.
The geriatric conspiracy theorist.
I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking questions.
Yeah. Some of the questions he asked are ridiculous. But I didn't really know that this was a thing, but this is a thing. You would think that if
Sam, I don't know if Joe was on vacation. I've been saying this since it happened. Happened.
I must have been. I don't remember that.
Or I've been asking questions since it
doesn't exist.
Happened.
Manti Te'o.
Nobody has seen her. And famously, Rodgers is not close to his family. So the family doesn't have a clue. Nobody knows. But he's wearing that black band. He's wearing it everywhere. And nobody's seen her. I'm just reporting the facts here, Joe.
Yep. Do you think he has dinner with her in the house? It's like a doll he sets up in the kitchen table.
Okay.
It's a blow up doll.
Well, like Sam and I are here, and Joe goes right here.
Didn't take much. He went from not knowing about it to a doll at the table. Like that's how quickly
he got a blow up doll. Sex doll. Those.
Yeah. Is that what a blow up doll is, Joe? Thank you for spelling that out.
What's the doll's name?
Remember Al Bundy's son? Remember Bud Bundy would walk around the fake girlfriend
with the doll?
Yeah. Yes.
Is there a female name of a version of Aaron? Because I feel like that might be.
Yes, it's Aaron.
In the mix.
Aaron.
E-R-I-N.
E-R-I-N.
Oh, E-R-I-N. Thank you. Yeah.
What is happening?
Just an idea, just a thought, just
Jake,
asking questions.
Did any of this happen with you and Kate yesterday on the show?
Not Aaron Rodgers' non-existent girlfriend. No, I did introduce Kate to the idea of Etsy witches, though. So that happened.
What?
Jake,
What?
I have a dating tip for you, Jake. Actually, no, carry that on, and then I have a dating tip for you.
Can't wait. What a tease that is. No, because I saw after the Burrow news came out, I saw somebody on Twitter quote tweet the Burrow press release that he was returning to practice with, "Is now a good time to admit I hired an Etsy witch to heal Joe Burrow." And Kate had never heard of this, so we went down that rabbit hole.
All of us have never heard of this.
So apparently there's witches that advertise on Etsy, and you could like buy curses or spells from them. Like you can get your enemies cursed.
Way.
You could like.
I've
seen.
All right, send to me. I've got a list. I've got a list right now.
I got some ideas.
And I'm just like, apparently, according to Twitter, it works too. I don't know.
Really?
Like. I've seen people tweet that they paid for like the Yankees to be cursed, for their exes to be cursed. So
yes,
yeah.
All right, I got some people.
Interesting.
Good. I like this development. Gladly.
Happy holidays.
How much? You have any idea?
Oh, I have no idea.
You don't want to discount which, right? You kind of want to pay for
No,
freight.
you want
Like,
if you're gonna go.
You gotta go
Grace
mid to upper
Moon.
tier. You can't go
Yeah.
Not
bargain
Grace
shopping.
Moon.
Witch,
Yeah.
full witch.
like gas station sushi. Like you can't really
Oh.
Don't cut corners on this.
No.
You guys want to put a pot together here? Want to go in on a witch? I think we have some
Say
of the
less.
same names. All right. We'll get back to some of these futures. A lot we didn't even talk about. We got more coming up. Awards as well. I'm getting worried about Dart. He's going to miss one game. What does that mean? We'll talk about it on the other side. This is a Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we've got some futures. We'll get to some player futures coming up. We started talking about team futures, and I don't think we really got anywhere. What about the Bears at 9-1, Sam? I heard you're big on the Bears at 9-1. They are 0-2 in the division. They haven't won a division game. They still face Green Bay twice, though. But just NFC North thoughts, where are we at? Detroit's the favorite. Green Bay's the second favorite. Detroit the favorite 6-3. Green Bay's second favorite 5-3-1. And then the Bears are the third favorite at 9-1 with a 6-3 record. It certainly seems like the books are laughing at the idea. If you look at their playoff odds too, like they're not a favorite, even though they're right there. They're kind of laughing at the idea that the Bears are going to be in the postseason.
I would much rather bet the Bears to make the playoffs or go over the win total 9.5. Same price, by the way, at least at BetMGM. So over 9.5 wins is plus 140. Make the playoffs is plus 140. I would much rather swim in those waters than bet them at 9-1, 10-1 to win the division. It just feels like they are rolling out the red carpet for you to come in and bet that. Oh, they're 6-3, tied for first. Here's 9-1. They're going to be dogs in so many of these games down the stretch. And it's not to say that they can't win a handful of those games. We've talked about the schedule, man. It's just very difficult to imagine a team ripping off that many outright upsets down the stretch. Not impossible. I would much rather, though, I'd much rather bet them over 9.5 or make the playoffs. Probably the same bet. You probably need 10 wins to get in, right? So it's essentially the same bet. I would much rather make that bet than bet them to win the division.
You think San Francisco has any chance? They're 2 games back in the loss column. I know you would need some losses to pile up, but the Rams and Seahawks are going to play each other twice still, including this week. And I ask this because the Niners are 13-1. They're done with the Rams. They split with them. They beat Seattle, and then they get Seattle in week 18. So I'm just thinking, the answer is probably not, but I was just thinking, could it be in a situation where they can come down to the very last week up against Seattle? And then they would have the advantage. If they could tie Seattle, then they win the division if it's the two of them, because that would mean a sweep, a season sweep.
I find it interesting you bring up the Bears and then the Niners, because those two teams are going to play on December 28th, and the winner of that game might go to the playoffs. That's where we could sit. You look at the price, the Niners right now to make the playoffs, it's come down. You brought it up last week. I think it was minus 450 or minus 500. Yes. Now it's minus 3.25. Yes. So the Niners price has come down. Of course, you get blown out on Sunday. Every afternoon game was a blowout. Seahawks roll, Lions roll, Rams roll. I hope the Niners win 11 games selfishly, because I bet over 10.5 wins in the summer when everybody on defense was healthy. I don't feel great about it. Not at all. But here we go. The Niners to make the playoffs are still a $3 favorite, and the Bears are plus 140, plus 150. They play in Santa Clara on the 28th of December. And the winner of that game, honestly, might be the final playoff team in the NFC.
That's a great point. Right now, the Bears are the 6th seed. And if you want to say Bears don't make the playoffs, they're a favorite to miss. If you want to say the Bears don't make the playoffs, they're out, somebody else is in, that's fine. The odds are saying that San Francisco would be the team that's in. But we've got a half a season of football to go. Is there any way it's somebody else who's on the outside? It's San Francisco, then it's Carolina, Minnesota, Dallas. Sam, all these teams are 6, 7, 8, 9-1 to make the playoffs. They're all super long shots. So I do wonder, is it really the top 8 is the top 8, and there's going to be nobody else that jumps into this conversation?
I'm just so glad that we didn't drink the Kool-Aid on the Falcons and bet over 9. I'm so glad we dodged that bullet. I did it 2 years ago and got burned. Did not do it last year. And I thought, well, now you got the quarterback. No. Same old thing. Same old Atlanta. 3-6. Ain't going to happen. They're not winning 10 because you need 10. Obviously, 9's a push. I look at some of the bets that I thought about making. One of them was
Mm-hmm.
Commanders under 9.5, which did not get there either. But at 3-7, and now Daniels is hurt. I mean, that's an under for sure. How about the Saints? I know we're talking about playoff teams.
Yeah.
Is there a chance? I can't remember if GRP has the farm on under 3.5 or 4.5, or maybe both. I know he's got a lot of the portfolio on the Saints under the win total. What if they mess around and win 4 games or 5 games and just crush GRP?
Dude, well, I mean, some of his bets are just so dead already. Like, pretty big bets. I love how he does the chance to win, and he puts him like 7%. He's just guessing. It's just like in his estimation. Like, he's got it. If you go to the bottom of his portfolio that he tweeted out yesterday, he's got 4 bets that are at 1%. That he puts at 1%, and he always overestimates.
Halfway through the season.
Oh, so he said he bet under 6.5 on Saints.
I thought he did an alt at like minus 170. Is there a second Saints bet that he made?
He did. You're right.
Under
3.5 at plus 150. Yes.
Oh, plus 150.
Yes.
Oh, so he's going to hit the 6.5 bet for sure. Okay, there we go. I knew he made a second bet. I couldn't remember if it was 3.5 or 4.5. But if he made it at plus money, that's a decent bet. They're scheduled down the stretch. Falcons up next, the mighty Falcons. At Miami, at Tampa, home against Carolina, home against the Jets, at the Titans, at the Falcons. Look, young teams with rookie head coaches are going to try. They are going to try down the stretch. I don't think they're getting a 7, though, unfortunately.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Coach of the Year bets.
It's awesome.
Cornered the market. Awesome. Yeah.
Does he have all the coaches like on top too? I lose track of all the bets, but I know
he's got a couple in the middle and the rest at the bottom. Yeah.
Okay. But in terms of the guys who are favored to win the award now, Vrabel is plus 120. I know he's got Vrabel.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep. At 5 to 1.
He's got Steichen. I know he's got McDonald too.
Yes,
and then there's a huge drop to Ben Johnson at 25 to 1. So Vrabel 120, Steichen 175, McDonald 350, and then Ben Johnson 25 to 1. How many of the top 4 does he have? 3?
He has Vrabel, Steichen, McDonald. He does not have McVay or Ben Johnson.
Or Shanahan.
Right. Yeah. Got Baker MVP.
That's not winning.
Offensive rookie. Ibuka's the favorite now. Dart concussed against the Bears. Dayball fired. Dart probably not going to play this week. Now they switch. Ibuka's a favorite minus 120. Dart plus 160. I've got a lot of Dart. We talked about that all year. Sam, I started looking at some of these numbers, and outside of Dart, the other guys involved, like Ibuka, 627 yards. The third favorite, Warren, 617 yards. Judkins, 631 yards. Like, they're all, as far as yardage, all these running backs and receivers, they have very different numbers, but they're all very close. And then I started thinking, what if this is just a start for TreVeyon Henderson? Do you realize that he's less than 100 yards behind Judkins, who's been starting a while, and he has 3 touchdowns, Henderson? What if he gets the majority of the work moving forward? Henderson is 50 to 1, and he's got half a season to go. The explosiveness that we saw on Sunday, could we get this on a regular basis where he has these explosive plays? Then he's going to blow everyone out of the water in this rookie race.
So the best price you can find on him right now, I like what you're throwing down here. I just wish Vrabel valued him as much as we do, because Vrabel just doesn't give him the ball a bunch, and I don't understand why. There's a 50 to 1 in the market on Henderson. Why would you bet the 35 and the 30 when you can bet a 40 or a 50? I see the vision for sure. I just worry that there's too many cooks in the kitchen there in that backfield. And now they're talking about, oh, well, Stevenson's on the way back.
Like, who cares?
I agree with you, but I think there's this weird thing there where Vrabel wants equal opportunity backfield. And that's going to hurt Henderson. I think it's very clear he's the best back, but he's not getting number one share. That's for sure. Maybe that changes. If it does, kiss the 50 goodbye. This would be a good time to buy some Henderson stock though at 50. How's my Omari and Hampton ticket looking? Oh, 150.
It was looking good. It was. And then everybody on the Chargers decided to get hurt, including him.
Yeah, the whole line got hurt, and then he got hurt.
Yep. That sucks. Would you think Dart's okay if he misses one game?
Yes. Can't miss more than that, though.
Yeah. I'm worried I'm going to be in a position where it's like I'm just going to miss on Ibuka. And then he ends up winning.
The problem with the Dart thing is that he missed so many games on the front, right? Because he didn't start right away. So that certainly doesn't help. I don't want to say he's out if he misses 2 games, but if you only play 12 games or so, it's just hard to envision a guy on a team that's 2-8 now. All right, he played 12 games and they won 2 of them. Rookie of the year. Just aesthetically doesn't feel right.
Abdul Carter's finally not the favorite anymore. And I don't check this consistently, but defensive rookie Schwessinger is now the favorite over Carter. I'm like, finally, he hasn't done anything all year.
Yeah. Well, again, bad teams. Guys slide.
Yep.
When you have 2 wins, it's hard to give awards out.
Yep. May Stafford, your co-favorites for the NFL MVP. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, Will Brinson from CBS Sports drops by next. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Another hour to go here on this Wednesday morning. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. Make sure you're following us on X. We keep you updated on everything that's happening with the show, outside the show. Sam at SB Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski, at SB Shoot, at Joe Ostrowski. We're 2 hours deep here, Sam. And by the way, Will Brinson will be joining us in 20 minutes, just getting off a flight. So he's going to join us from the phone in about 20. We appreciate his flexibility, still willing to come on the show every week here. That's when we'll check in with Will. Then we've got lightning bets, of course. College football playoff, we got another quick reveal. I know we kind of laugh at it, how it means nothing, but I do think it's an interesting conversation. It puts you in the mindset of what is going to happen. And every week, once we get a number of results, okay, this means this and this means that. And then sometimes it also doesn't mean that, because like Utah can go and take care of business, and then it feels like, oh, wait, they didn't move up at all. But some schools that have easy games, they end up moving up. No one's surprised. You get the top Big Ten teams, top SEC teams, they would get your bye right now. Ohio State 1. They decide to keep Indiana 2, even though, Sam, you brought up the idea of Texas A&M being 2. And the committee says that they talked about that a whole lot. But in the end, they decide Indiana gets the win on the road at Penn State, which you could argue whether or not that's even an impressive win anymore, at least this season. But in the end, they keep them 2, Texas A&M 3, Alabama 4, and then we get to the matchups. And I know you reached out to some people in Vegas, hypothetical matchups, not a neutral field, keep in mind, in the opening round with 5-12, 8-9, 6-11, and 7-10. What were you told about these matchups, Sam?
So I got these numbers from Matt Metcalf, who used to direct the book at Circa. Very, very sharp cat. Now he's on the other side. He's betting more than he's booking, obviously, because he's not booking anymore. But he ran one of the largest shops in the world. And he's very good at college. He was their go-to college guy. So I sent him a text yesterday and said, hey, can you hook me up with your numbers? Because I have my numbers, but his numbers are better. Because I have true numbers. He has the shaded numbers. Because he used to book big bets. So he knows how people bet. He knows patterns and styles. How big do you think the number is, Georgia, South Florida? This is one man's opinion, of course, but I respect it a ton. Go ahead. What do you think? Georgia, USF.
What a monster number this has got to be. The committee did put USF in the top 25. Barely. I think they're 24 overall. Are we at 20?
19.5 is what Metcalf said.
Whew. Damn. Yeah.
There you go.
17's getting
Joe
bet.
Joe O, booking bets, baby. Joe O, the bookie. I honestly think that would get bet out to 20.5, and then you'd see an appetite finally at 21. That's kind of how I would envision it. But I mean, you could make it 17. You're just going to write Georgia money. And I don't know, because like Matt always says, I could make it wherever I want, but there's a difference between making a number and opening a number. He says, if I open 17, I'm flying. I'm flying out to 19.5 anyway. So might as well just open there. So you're around 19, 20, give or take, on Georgia, USF. And honestly, USF would get blown out. Just blown out in that game.
All right, moving down the bracket. Then you get to the heavyweights. Notre Dame at Oregon.
So I guessed a little bit higher. I guessed 4. Oregon -4.
Oh, really?
I respect Oregon, and I give Eugene a pretty big home field.
Okay.
Matt said Oregon 2.5.
Okay. Now, you talk to Matt on a regular basis. He really likes Notre Dame, right? He's on the higher end with them.
He's higher than I am, and I'm pretty high on Notre Dame.
Yeah. I think all of us are. That's interesting. Oh, Notre Dame as a dog would get a lot of love. Woo-hoo!
Well,
That
so
would be
here's
in the
this.
room.
I mean, look, that's just one man's opinion. So I saw Brad Powers put Oregon -3. That's his projected spread. And then Josh Pate, who does a really good college football show, he got hypothetical lines from FanDuel, and they said Notre Dame -1.5. So 1.5, 2.5, 3. We're all around a field goal. I think the 1.5 is insanely low on Oregon. That seems a little low, but
I thought you said Notre Dame
right
favored.
No. They all have
Okay.
Oregon favored. They all have Oregon favored because Oregon's at home. So it's hard to make Notre Dame a favorite. Yeah, he's got Oregon minus 1.5 per FanDuel, and then Brad Powers, who makes his own number, says Oregon minus 3. But we're in that 2.5, 3 range on the Ducks and the Irish.
Okay, Miami, Texas Tech is not going to happen. Let's just put that out there. Maybe I'm the idiot, but look, Miami's not going to be in the ACC championship, so this is kind of dumb. But what's the Texas Tech number? How many are they favored by?
So his number was Texas Tech 4.5.
Okay. Do you agree with me that Miami is just not going?
I just think they're going to lose again at some point.
Yeah,
that's all.
And they're 15 in the rankings right now. They're the highest rated, according to the College Football Playoff Committee. They're the highest rated ACC team. So they decided to slide them in there. But once we have the championship game, that's going to change things. Okay, and then we've got Texas at Ole Miss.
Equal on a neutral. So Ole Miss minus 3.
Okay. Man, Notre Dame and Texas as a dog in those games. Would love to bet both of those.
Yeah.
But I'm sure
the
a
other
lot of
numbers
people
were
would.
higher too. So Pate put out Ole Miss minus 4 and Powers put out Ole Miss minus 4.5. But I think when you see a bookmaker tell you 3, he knows that 4.5 and 4 are going to get gobbled up. Guys are going to bet Texas because Ole Miss doesn't play to a high power rating. They just don't.
Nope.
So I think what you would see support for the dog at 4.5 and 4. So that's why I got the text Ole Miss minus 3.
Yeah, for sure. I thought it was interesting that with the committee, their top 12, not the bracket, just their top 12, half of it is SEC. 6 SEC, 3 Big Ten teams. And then on the outside looking in right now, the first team is Oklahoma. Remember BYU was 7 last week? Now they're on the outside of the playoff. Because we were talking about the BYU Notre Dame possibility. So Notre Dame slides up from 10 to 9. They're going to want to get out of that game. So they're not dealing with the 8. They're not dealing with Ohio State. We think Ohio State in the second round. As we see these rankings every week, these hypothetical brackets, that's what they are. I just keep going back to what's going to happen in those championship games and how much are they going to hurt teams? How much is it going to hurt teams? So Iowa, they only fell 1 spot. They lose at home to Oregon, and they only lose 1 spot. So I can't help but wonder, the loser of the Big Ten title game, the loser of the SEC title game, how many spots are they going to slide?
What do you think? 2, 3?
You should be rewarded for getting to that point. If it's a competitive game, I don't know that they do. Maybe they just do like a Iowa thing and they just slide them 1 spot. But 2 or 3 feels like a lot. If you accomplish all that, that's part of your resume getting to that point, and then to really hurt them, to slide them back 2, 3 slots, that feels like that's bringing a heavy hand.
Yeah, but again, none of this stuff matters, right? Like none of these rankings matter. I think it gets a lot more calculated once we get closer to the real thing, because I think you brought this up earlier. Does the committee really want one survivor of the Oregon, Notre Dame, Ohio State pod? I don't think so. But when you're throwing these rankings out right now, it's not real. It's Fugazi. Yeah. So when we actually get closer and we have more answers, like we're going to know for sure what's up with Miami. Like people want to get upset about Miami. They're probably not going to make it. People want to get upset about South Florida. They might not make it. Ole Miss might not make it. So, and then you got to think about this. If Ohio State and Indiana meet in the Big Ten championship. You can't have them both 1-2. So we're going to get so many answers down the road that I feel like once we get to the point where, we have the bracket for real, there will be a lot more measuredness in terms of who's playing where and then what are the second round matchups.
They do have Texas in. That's a bet you made last week. Texas to make the playoff. So that's interesting. There's a lot of interesting stuff. I like that we have an idea of what exactly they're thinking. Oklahoma, Alabama. What if you get a shocking result in that game? It changes everything. Now Oklahoma's in the playoff. Then Alabama doesn't have a bye anymore. How far do you end up sliding them? There are so many things that are really interesting about this. But the top 10 are in as ranked as of right now. Major League Baseball. We talked so much all summer about a lot of these awards and how the movement is happening. That they're handing out these awards finally. Cy Young tonight, MVP tomorrow. But it was nice to get some messages from some of our listeners. I got a couple of DMs because I talked about Nick Kurtz before the season started, getting the Rookie of the Year. He did the other day on Monday for the AL. And then we talked a lot about in the NL because we didn't know what the hell was going to happen. It ends up going to Drake Baldwin from Atlanta with a 3-1 F-WAR. He gets your NL Rookie of the Year. So Horton does not get it due to the injury with the Cubs. It goes to Drake Baldwin. And then Kurtz was a unanimous selection for the Athletics.
How's Jack Kaggs? How's he doing?
Yeah.
R.I.P., man. Kurtz was a great call, though. And he started to get hot middle
then it was
end
over.
of summer.
Yeah.
Man, he just started hitting home runs like every day.
You were right about Jacob Wilson, though. You're like, get out of here with your singles. I don't want to hear it. You suck. We just picked the wrong guy.
Well, we had the right idea, the right approach. Yeah. I just picked the wrong guy on Kaggs. But we also had Kaggs at like 70-1. Remember before he made his debut, he was like 5-1. And we were celebrating. We were doing Kaggs watch, and then he just struck out every at bat.
Yes.
At one point, Jacob Wilson was minus 1,100 in the season to win the Rookie of the Year. And I remember looking at that number and thinking, no chance. No chance.
Mm-hmm. I know. Jake, what did you think about the selection of Drake Baldwin? You have taken your stance for years on this show. Not pitchers. It wasn't a pitcher because of the Horton injury, but did you have any Baldwin?
I had no Baldwin. Everybody in the National League race stunk this year. Like it could have been anybody. Like I had some Agustin Ramirez from before the season. That was about it. And honestly, I think Cade Horton would have won if he had just finished the season healthy. Once he missed his last 2 starts, and I know that doesn't seem like a lot, it was kind of curtains. And it's just, there wasn't really a compelling candidate. There wasn't a Kurtz. There wasn't even a Wilson in the National League. So just kind of was throwing darts. People were saying, and Baldwin's price fluctuated a lot because he was splitting time with Sean Murphy. He wasn't playing every day. It was just very weird in the National League. So I had some Agustin Ramirez. I had a little bit of Matt Shaw from when he got called back up after he'd been demoted. Otherwise, I didn't mess around with National League that much, so I was kind of okay with it. It was very stupid this year.
Who gave Colson Montgomery a second place vote is what I want to know. Did the 108 guys get a vote this year?
Scott Merkin.
Merk, I bet you was Merk. I'm going to have to take a look. I saw you got a second place vote. No third place votes, but a second place vote. I thought that was pretty funny. I never bet manager of the year, and I'm glad I don't because I would have never said a manager's going to go back to back. But that's what we got in both leagues here with Vogt and Murphy. They both went back to back. I'm glad I don't bet that award. That's stupid.
Good for them.
Yeah.
And no playoff.
Blue Jays fans very mad online.
Who was?
Oh, yeah? What are they saying?
All the Blue Jays fans were very mad online last night that Schneider didn't win the award.
Seriously? Imagine caring if your manager gets the award.
It was
what did
very
Ian
funny.
McMillan say?
They're not worried about what happened in Game 7. They're worried about the manager of the year.
Ian McMillan was busy crashing out that people are calling him 50. So that was his.
Oh, was he?
Oh yeah.
Who called him 50? Oh, that's good stuff.
He got like 2 replies yesterday of people calling him 50 years old. He did not take it well.
Freaked out. Cy Young tonight, MVP tomorrow. I'm sure it's going to be very, very exciting when MLB makes those announcements. All right, Will Brinson joins us next. Joe O. Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich will be checking Will Brinson coming up in a few moments from CBS Sports. Man, he's got to be excited about these games. I certainly am, but him in particular, because we got the Rams and the Seahawks that'll be facing off on Sunday. Like I power rated them, my top two teams, my power rank them, I should say, as my top two teams in the NFL, not just the NFC, but the NFL. We've got Lions Eagles. That's on Sunday night. That's going to be a fun one. Trying to figure out. I feel like we're still trying to figure out what those two teams are. And if it's week 11 and you're trying to figure out what they are, maybe they're not that great with the Lions and the Eagles. And then, Chiefs Broncos, that AFC West matchup is going to be a lot of fun. But Sam, if you were to pick out one, you can watch one game in full. What's your favorite matchup? Seahawks, Rams, Lions, Eagles, or Chiefs, Broncos? Because I'm also fascinated in Chiefs, Broncos.
I'll watch Chiefs, Broncos, but
yeah,
the game I'm most excited for is the Bet Sweats Bowl, for sure. Rams and Seahawks. Because I think, if I can admit for a second, I think I'm so jaded by not betting Seattle that now I'm like, oh, the Rams are better. Like, if that makes any sense, right?
No, it makes sense.
If we didn't do Seattle,
yeah,
you gotta kind of detach yourself from the situation.
No, I totally get it. Let's bring in our buddy Will Brinson at Will Brinson over on X CBS Sports. Will, I know top of mind for you this week, Seahawks and the Rams. We're certainly there. See, we're looking at it from the perspective of we're mad at the Seahawks because not of anything they did, because we're idiots, because we talked about them at 30-1 to win the conference and we never made the bet. So now we might be on board with you with the Rams.
Yeah, I mean, the Seahawks are tough, man, because they have been, I don't know if they've been like a public darling, but they've been like one of the top, they're almost like a consensus team in the Circa Millions every single week. And it's like you think that maybe they're going to sort of, take a small step back. We've seen Sam Darnold at times, like last year with Minnesota, he would have those moments where it wouldn't be perfect. And the defense is just a truck, and they're really well coached. I think Mike McDonald, one of the best coaching hires in recent years, and he's replicating that defense in Seattle. And yeah, like I wish I'd hopped on Seahawks futures as well. Having said all that, give me the Rams this week. I mean, you got the better quarterback. I put it in my column yesterday, but bet it now when it was sitting at 2.5 because it was going to get to 3. I think there will be a lot of love for Seattle at 3. I think this will be one where it's pretty split, but I do think, we talk about the great play of Sam Darnold. We talk about the run games. I mean, go across the board. Maybe the defense as a whole is better for Seattle. I'm fine with saying that, but Matthew Stafford is playing quarterback at as good a level as anybody in the NFL this year. I get the Drake May love for MVP. I think Sam Darnold should be in the discussion, but I mean, to me, Matthew Stafford is the MVP so far through the year, and so like I'll take the better quarterback and better receiving weapons. Although JSN has been the best receiver in football this season, it should be an awesome game. I mean, it's pretty incredible to have. And I'm probably like, I'm not sure Denver KC is on Fox or CBS, but I may be doing my company a service here. But pretty incredible that like Broncos Chiefs in this late in the season with this much on the line is kind of like the second screen option because Seahawks and Rams is such a good game.
So we did our power rankings, Will, and I feel good about mine. I went 3-2-1 Lions, Chiefs, Rams. It felt kind of weird to have the Rams on line 1, but then I thought, who's better in all facets than them right now?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think you toss in the Seahawks, I guess the Bills, and I'm probably missing one more team. That's probably the top 5, right? Unless I'm missing somebody else. I mean, they're all pretty bunched up there.
Would you put Detroit or Philly in there? Those are the other two.
Yeah, Well, no, Detroit's definitely in there for me, for sure. Like, with Detroit's rolling, they can roll on anybody. I think, the Philly Monday night performance, like, you want to see them back up what they showed us before the bye. I think that's kind of the issue. And then, obviously, like, if Baltimore gets going and that defense continues to limit teams the way it has over the past, like, close to a month, I mean, you kind of have to start putting the Ravens back up there, even with the record. But, yeah, I think the Rams at 1 is perfectly reasonable. I mean, they had the fluke statistical loss in, like, Mac Jones morphing into Tom Brady, 2007 Tom Brady, and then they had the insane loss to the Eagles, who's, like, we're talking about, like, a top 5, 6, 7, 8 team, right? So, the Rams, I mean, this is I think people quickly forget that when the Rams won the Super Bowl, they were playing as one of the best teams the entire season. And, they had Cooper Kupp, but now they had Devontae Adams, who's playing really great football. They had Aaron Donald. They don't have him now. He's, you can't recreate him, but their defense is excellent. And they continue to be excellent year after year, despite, swapping coordinators. And then, of course, you have the consistency that is Sean McVay and Matthew Stafford, so Puka Nacua. So, like, I think treating the Rams as a surprise is sort of ignoring everything that Sean McVay, has done in Los Angeles.
All right, so Seahawks-Rams, that's obviously the game of the week. And the AFC side, you mentioned Chiefs-Broncos. We do get Lions-Eagles. Two teams that had higher expectations than what they've played to, but they're still very much in the mix. Almost the exact same line as Seahawks-Rams. It's Eagles as the home favorite -2.5. How do you view this one?
Yeah, I mean, I think Philly is still an enigma because of the, like, you have this, like, situation, like, are they going to throw the ball around and be, an explosive passing team, or are they going to try and just be this power offense that we've, seen what are they offensively? And that's sort of the question. I think Detroit, Dan Campbell takes back play calling. Now he does it against Washington, which is a little bit easier than doing it against Philly's defense. And, like, Philly's found ways to win, which is always impressive. Like, you can never discount that. But I do think that, when I look at these two teams, I like Detroit a little bit more just because when they get healthy, when they're completely healthy, I think they have sort of more, not more variance in the right word, but, like, more upside offensively. You sort of trust the play calling, you trust the weapons they have, and Philly's loaded. I mean, like, operating their max potential, they are a very dangerous offense. But I'll take the Lions in this one. I think, you hope it, if you're one to back the Lions, obviously you hope it gets out to 3 and you can take them in a really close game.
Joe and I love these home dogs, especially when we know that most people are going to be on the road favorite, and that's what we have in Kansas City and Denver. I'm mortified about betting +4 and the Chiefs winning by 10. I know it's going to lose, but I still think I'm going to bet the dog.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game where, it's not like we're talking about some upstart, rando coach coming in here and having to square off against Andy Reid. I mean, Sean Payton has plenty of experience doing that. I think the bigger concern for the Broncos is that they just managed to start slow a lot. And I don't know that Kansas City is a sort of defense where you want to be forced to try and, like, I just don't think you're going to rally against them in the fourth quarter and magically come away with a victory against Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid because, Broncos without Patrick Surtain, they can still slow down the run, but the Chiefs are so good at, in the second half with the lead, converting those third downs. Mahomes uses his legs. You got Rashee Rice and Kelsey on the short stuff. It's like if you don't come out and play your best football early, you're going to be a hole immediately because, it's like, and it's a hole I don't think you can get out of. So, like, that's my biggest concern back in Denver. But if you're going to be more than a touchdown, I'm probably taking the Broncos. This does feel like a game where, it's Denver's Super Bowl. Like, they can really make a statement about the division by winning this game. They can set themselves up to win the division and, chase the 1 seed, which, they've had to do it through smoke and mirrors and fourth quarter comebacks. But, like, go win this game. And, I mean, it's all there on the table. And so I think they get the best out of Bo Nix. I think Sean Payton calls a great game. I think they'll keep it close enough. But, yeah, like, if you told me Kansas City was up 10 heading to halftime, I would want out of that bet as fast as possible.
With Will Brinson, CBS Sports. All right, well, the Ravens are now heavy favorites to win the division, minus 275 with how they're looking. Steelers don't look good, but I go to Cincinnati. What is going on with Joe Burrow? Like now there's that 21-day window that's open. They have not played the Ravens yet. They are one back in the loss column to the Ravens. They're supposed to play Thanksgiving night. Maybe Burrow's healthy there. I don't know. Do you think we're going to see Joe Burrow again this year?
It sounds like yes, which I think is kind of crazy. I know that, if this division had played out differently and Baltimore won the early games that they probably should have won, or Lamar doesn't get hurt, then maybe they just say, bleep it and shut Burrow down. But, the question might be, who's making this decision? And is there anyone in the organization that can tell Joe Burrow no if he wants to play and he's back? I think the smart move would be to pack it in and call the dogs. But, on the other hand, maybe Burrow comes back and you can look at it two ways. One, it's like, is Joe Burrow going to score more points than Joe Flacco has over the last few weeks? Flacco put up 38 and he lost to the Jets. Is Joe Burrow scoring? I guess he scores 45. I don't know. It's one of those where you can see that side. You can also see, all right, get Burrow back, sneak into the playoffs as the 7 seed, and you were the 7 seed that nobody wants to play if you manage to pull that off. And plus, I think Burrow is probably, still, he's probably sick and tired of being told that he gets hurt all the time. Now, having said that, you come back off this injury, maybe you rush back and you're you're overcompensating in a certain area and you get hurt some other way. That's the thing I'd be really worried about is, you overcompensate and then you tear an ACL or something like that. And he's done that before. And if you do that, it all of a sudden throws your 2026 for an entire loop. But because that division is just, still up for grabs, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he plays. It sounds like Thanksgiving, maybe the target line.
Yeah, that's what Joe was saying. They just did the 21-day thing last week, so it could be right around Thanksgiving. Joe was trying to sell me on Bengals to make the playoffs 14-1, and I'm like, damn it.
But they have to probably win. They definitely have to win at least one of the next two and maybe win their next two games. Just find a way to win those two games, and then you could talk me into it. It's almost a shame that they lost they had the two losses they probably shouldn't have, because if they win those games, they're probably 3-1 to make the playoffs at worst.
Yeah. Now that Dayball's out of the mix, now it looks like Russ is out of the mix. Are the Giants bettable with Jameis under center, home dog, +7 against the Packers?
Yeah. It's going to go one of two ways, obviously, with Jameis. It's either Jolo Jameis throwing all over the Packers secondary, and the Giants, you get the dead cat bounce bump, right, where you get a coach that's fired and suddenly the team, everybody's like, oh, everyone's job is on the line. And, Mike Kafka, this is a guy who's coaching. This is a straight up audition for Mike Kafka. Because he's been a finalist for coaching jobs in recent years. And I think the Giants probably saw this as, okay, Dable hadn't, 2-8 for the third straight year. Dable's, Jack Stark's been evaluated for 4 different concussions. Dable's, trying to save his job by running darts all the time. We are in a bad. We are, if Brian Dable wins some games down the stretch and we keep him, we may lose Mike Kafka anyway. Why not roll Kafka out there for the rest of the season, see what he can do? And so I think you get, kitchen sink stuff from Kafka, with Jameis here, letting him cut it loose. And we've seen Jameis put up some big numbers in short release stints before. Now, against a defense like the Packers, if the Packers play their A game, and the Packers are prone to play down to opponents, so who knows what we're getting. If the Packers play their A game, then, Jameis could throw 3 pick sixes and, this game is over by halftime. But I would rather back the home dog coming off a coach firing, throwing Jameis in the mix, who just adds a little more variance to that, where he can storm through the back door if it's close. And that he could just come out and just be nuclear hot to start the game. And if they get a lead, you feel really good about that 7.
Will, thanks for squeezing us in around your travels. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, all anytime, boys. Talk to you next week.
Will Brinson, thank you so much. Will Brinson at Will Brinson on X. Make sure you follow him there. Check out his work, CBS Sports. Yeah, Sam, with Jameis in, it's like, no, the Packers not considering in Survivor. Packers in a teaser, probably not. Like, anything can happen in that game. So that's now interesting to watch. Lightning bets will be interesting. We've got a media brawl busting out. We'll talk about it next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lovely time of the year. Lovely. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Sam, do we want to wait on the dating tip or get to what was on our mind from before?
The dating tip is simple. I mean, in my 20s, one of the easiest things to do is when
for
you
Jake.
meet a girl
Jake, why don't you
bar.
pop on? Jake, pop on here for a second.
Maybe Jake already does this. Maybe Jake is a smooth criminal too. You meet a girl at a bar, right? Jake, you're single. She's obviously single because she's with all her friends. You're at a bar, and you go up and you introduce yourself, and she says, "I'm Megan," and your response right away is H or no H. And she goes, "Ew, H?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I think." And then that's an instant, like asking them how they spell their names is such an easy in to the next conversation. Like if it's, say it's Kate, C or K? C, nobody ever asked me that. Would you like a drink, Kate with a K? Whatever. Like, oh, dude, it's like fish in a barrel. Come on. Like, if it's a name that could be spelled a different way, just ask how they spell it, and then be ready for the quick retort. No H? Yeah, only crazy girls spell it with an H. I know. You know, it's oh man, it's so easy. Next time you meet a girl with a name that could be spelled multiple ways, just ask how they spell it.
How many names can't be now? Right? Like once we got Jordan, now it's every name pretty much.
I know.
My wife knows.
Well, yeah. So you bring up Jordan, right? Jordan, A or an I, and then whatever she says, you just roll with it,
or Y,
and she'll go. What if she says, "Yeah, actually, it's a Y. I love it when it's spelled with a Y." Bang, done. Jake, use this. Add it to the arsenal.
Your name's Hannah? Is there an H or no H at the end?
Yes. That's what I was gonna say.
Exactly. Sarah?
Yes.
Sarah
Yes.
H? Sarah H
no
or
H.
no H? An H. Oh, all the cool Sarahs spell it with an H. You're just ready no matter what. And then if it's no H, yeah, I hate Sarahs with an H. Me too. Like it doesn't matter. You just pivot.
Dude, where were you 15 years ago?
Oh,
I needed
the
this
stories I
information.
could tell. The stories I could tell.
I don't know how you spell Michelle or how she spells Michelle, but let's get to that. There is media spat going down. Did you catch what Michelle Beadle, and I'll play for the audience because I know not everybody saw this, nor do they care. Did you see what Michelle Beadle said about a week ago on her brand new show with Cody Decker about Stephen A. Smith?
I did not.
Okay, so let's get everybody up to speed. This is up to late last week. This is what Michelle Beadle had to say about one Stephen A. Smith.
He made you look like fools for handing him a blank check in the first place because he doesn't even give a shit about the stuff that he's paid $1 gazillion to talk about. And now he's turning around and turning that into a money-making opportunity. Yeah. And the money-making opportunity, turns out it looks like it's a fraudulent crap business to begin with. Honestly, I'm not a religious person, but I pray for the downfall. I really do.
It's going to be amazing.
It's
going to be amazing.
So that's a short clip.
To the guy that was sitting next to her. I don't know you from a can of paint. I think his name is Cody Decker. I heard you used to play in minor leagues like 8 years and tried it at baseball, whatever. No shade on you, bro. I don't know you. And I want you to know that anything that I say about your show with her in a second has absolutely nothing to do with you. I know you got to sit next to her and come across as rah-rah and all of that, bro. This has nothing to do with you. I wish you nothing but the best. I hope your success continues to grow and you make the most of the career that you're trying to have. I know you did short films, produced short films. Man, all the best to you, bro. I don't know you. Don't know you. My comments are strictly directed at this woman, who I will remind y'all I have not said a word about in over 11 years. I've never spoken about her. Do y'all know why? I don't know her. You would think there's some beef that's been going on and has been pervasive throughout the industry for years. What? It's all because of her. I have never said more than hello or goodbye to her in the initial stages, and we was at one event for ESPN in 2013 or wherever it was, where we might have spoken for a minute or two. I don't know this woman at all. So when you hear her talking about me, please understand, I don't know her. I have no relationship with her. She says, I don't like her. How would you know? It has to be because of how you're acting, Michelle Beadle. It can't be because of me. Because I don't talk to you. I don't know you. I don't talk to you. I've never been around you. We've never had a conversation. We've never hung out with one another. Nothing. We have no relationship. I can sit up here right now, walk outside to the bathroom, pass somebody in a hallway, talk to them for 2 minutes, and that would be more extensive than any communication I have had with Michelle Beadle in all these years.
He went off. That wasn't even the worst part. I saw the link for his YouTube and I clicked on it and then I couldn't look away. He went off on Beadle for like a half hour. He called her trifling. And then it goes right into him tearing into Carrie Champion because of a post that she made on social media. And she referenced Ray Rice. And if you want to look up that history, you can look up that. That's where this beef apparently started. His comments on domestic violence. And, oh, man, it was a thing, dude. He, like, let it all out. I think he's above it, or he should be maybe above it, but he was sick of hearing people talk trash, and he went off on her, and he called out how the show Beadle and Decker has only 2,500 Instagram followers. Like, he was just going in.
I don't know you from a paint can.
Can of paint. Yeah.
Can of paint. Can of paint.
It was hilarious.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It was hilarious. So if you want to check that out, I don't know. If you want to laugh, not take things too seriously, go ahead. Check it out. Some things I agree with, some things I disagree with. But, I mean, taking shots at a show that just launched about the number of followers, I'm like, come on, dude. That show just started like a week ago.
That is the best thing that happened to that show. It's the best thing that happened to that show. Hey, go look at this show on his platform.
Yes. I know. And when I watched his video yesterday, it already had 100,000 views, and it wasn't even 24 hours old. And then, you know what I did? I went looking on their YouTube to see if they responded. And then the only video was Nico Harrison fired. Who cares? Then the general manager of the Mavericks was fired. Like, I know everybody was talking about it yesterday. Nobody gives a damn. I don't care. Talk about this. You better respond to this today when you go that hard. And Cody Decker was going hard too, even though he doesn't know him from a can of paint. So
they should have been live.
They better respond heavy.
They should have been live responding. They should have been live responding to it. You got to capitalize on that.
It was out for 24 hours and there's still nothing on it.
Would you say that's bad producing?
I knew you were going to say that.
I would have done things differently.
Well, guess what else?
Jake, what do you think? Is it bad producing?
I mean, I guess I'm not really in a position to say what is good or bad producing, though.
I also I got two emails from Vanguard yesterday. Would you like to read the subjects? Would you like me to read the subjects?
Oh no! What?
Are you ready for retirement? Question mark. No.
Actually.
And then the second email that came hours later, Samuel, want less stress over money this holiday season? Question mark. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I got a piece of mail the other day from Vanguard too. It's like the first time I've opened a piece of mail like immediately. And it was just a nothing update. I'm like, maybe they have information because I'm looking for information. There's no information there. Vanguard does not know yet.
No, definitely not. Vanguard's not
they have
aware.
no idea. No idea what the hell is going on. All right, Sam. It's Wednesday. Do you have any bets? What are your top 3 bets? What are your top 3 bets? 3-1. Go.
I hit all 3 last night, believe it or not.
Did you?
All 3 of them. Yeah. I was going to make a post with a bunch of check marks, and then I decided, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Act like you've been there. Let's go Marquette, minus 20.5. They are playing Little Rock tonight. I imagine that game's going to get ugly. I think Marquette might be up 20 at halftime. Because remember, the last time we saw Marquette, they were getting throttled by the Fighting Gurchas of Indiana. Now they play Little Rock in Milwaukee, and they are going to blow them off the court. I'm laying 20.5 right now. I expect this to close higher.
You love Toledo. What do you think happens with them tonight in the football side? They're laying 4.5 on the road at Miami of Ohio.
I no
You're not
longer
betting
care about Toledo. Nope,
Okay.
not betting it because I can't watch it. Can't watch it in the hotel room. Actually, I might be able to tonight. We'll see.
You might be able to. I don't know if they probably don't have YouTube TV, is my guess. Did you bet them for the conference though?
I did 2-1.
Yeah.
Don't think it's gonna hit.
Yeah. It's not. All right. UMass. NIU favored by 11.5 at UMass tonight. God.
UMass stinks.
They're still the worst. It's been a number of years now. Still the worst. So that one's on ESPNU. 3 Maction games going down tonight. All right. Number of plays in the NFL. Like let me give out Henderson at 50-1. This thing is still wide open for offensive rookie. Now you have the Dart injury. Ibuka's the favorite again. So I think Henderson at 50-1 is a number worth grabbing. We'll talk about it more tomorrow. So Thursday show, then the Friday show. So a lot planned. We're going to dive into this NFL card, college football as well. For Sam, I'm Joe. This has been Bet Sweats. Talk tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here in the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.